Sweet seduction in a magazine, endless pleasure in limousine. In the back shakes a tambourine, nicotine from a silver screen. Sweet seduction in a magazine, endless pleasure in limousine. In the back shakes a tambourine, nicotine from a silver screen. Sweet seduction in a magazine, endless pleasure in limousine. In the back shakes a tambourine, nicotine from a silver screen. Sweet seduction in a magazine, endless pleasure in limousine. In the back shakes a tambourine. From a silver screen, sweet seduction in a magazine, endless pleasure in limousine. In the back shakes a tambourine, nicotine from a silver screen, sweet seduction in a magazine, endless pleasure in limousine. In the back shakes a tambourine, nicotine from a silver screen, sweet seduction in a magazine, endless pleasure in limousine. In the back shakes a tambourine, nicotine from a silver screen.
That's my cue. That's my cue. What's up, banditos? I'm trying to clean my stash out, you know, getting ready for the big grind of the day because it's 5x XP. And we got, the golden bully, which is going to give us lots of fun red stars. And yeah, and my stash is overfilled as usual. So you guys ready for this?
Trying to dig the way out. I phone like an attack dog. How late you wanna stay out? It's past your curfew when it's dark. I'm searching for you in the park. Shady murdered him, another person. He just hit his mark. He hit his quota for the month. They found the coda all rolled up inside a bag. He probably dragged the body for about a block.
It's really interesting. I've been thinking about, you know, some of their choices, like the whole nerf and buff thing, the rebalancing of gear and whatever. I'm done talking shit about it. All right, I put out my video. We're good. We're moving on. You've heard my thoughts. They are downloaded. Kept it about as positive as I could. Anyways, but it is interesting their choices and what they buffed and what they nerfed. And I've been thinking about my build for XP, and it's a rifle build. One of my XP builds, my main one, right? The one that I flaunt a lot. It's my Hunter's Fury 1886 build. That's what I'm gonna run today because I'm gonna feature it. I want it as part of a bigger conversation because I don't really need the XP, you know. But there's great XP builds out there. The Eclipse build, even the sniper builds are really good XP builds because you don't have to move a lot and you can reach really far. So lots of great options, but I've been thinking about this build, and it's how I was going through all my videos, like a shit ton of videos, right? I was going through them and I was thinking, like, how long have I been running this build? How many seasons have I been running this build? And it goes like way back, basically to the beginning of my channel, give or take. I mean, there was an evolution to this, and I'm not talking about like Hunter's Fury SMG builds. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like this one-shot Hunter's Fury with a weapon that doesn't really make sense with Hunter's Fury. So I went back and I looked, and basically like 2022, somewhere in there. A lot of my videos started popping up around this in 23, around March. So almost 2 years. So, you know, it's been a while, at least 2 years. I couldn't find an original video, but, you know, so I saw some Virginian videos, and that's like where I started tapping into the 1886. So there's the Virginian, which was the 1886, and then I started learning more about the 1886 and eventually paired it up with Hunter's Fury. But the evolution was, you know, I got into snipers again in this game because they came out with Headhunter. Before that, snipers were kind of lame. This is getting to a point here, but like, so I started getting into, well, I loved SMGs and I was having fun with those at the time and running and gunning, and really opened up that play style in this game. And then I asked myself, like, how do I merge my two favorite play styles? How do I bring in sniping and running and gunning? You hear me talk about this a lot. And I ended up coming up with these like no scope sniper builds, and which eventually led me into a Hunter's Fury no scope sniper build, which eventually I realized, well, shit, the 1886 is just better. And then the D50, and some of that came around directives, right? So because of directives and ammo issues and just trying to figure out, like, trying to solve problems, ended up coming up with this, you know, what eventually evolved into my main go-to Hunter's Fury XP farm build. It's the build that I've been using for many, many seasons. And I've been evolving it over many seasons. And so, although there's all this drama going on with the Division 2 right now, and greater drama going on with Ubisoft, we'll be talking about that some, because it's exciting to talk about the drama. But there's, you know, and when I'm talking about drama with the Division 2 specifically, it's about the seasonal content, you know, whether it's super exciting or not. In my opinion, it's not super exciting, but it's something new, and I am looking forward to something new in this game. And the reality is like, between me and you, is that it doesn't take much to keep me happy in this game. You know, I'm a simple Division 2 player, man. Just give me good builds, you know. And I do want new content, and I do want more missions, but, you know, like I've been saying, like, I'm really here at this stage of the game for the community more than anything. I love the Division 2, but I've worn the tires down to little nubs, right? And so, but I can keep going forever as long as they deliver gear, right? Like, I don't care about the missions. You know, I've been there, done that with the missions. They can bring more, you know, but the reality is that maybe I like them, maybe I don't. Like the Descent game mode, Countdown. I mean, you know, Countdown serves a great resource for gear, but I don't play it. You know, it gives you great exotics, but I don't need them. You know, and there's the expertise system, and I'm thinking about putting out a video. I'm debating it because I don't even know if it's worth it, but like, you know, I almost want to encourage the community just to say, like, I'm kind of thinking this through, but just like, fuck the expertise. Like, what are we doing? What a waste. They just nerf our shit. You know what I mean? And walk it backwards. I mean, you know, you're ahead of the current status quo, but like behind when it comes to like, where were you yesterday? Right? So they buffed the 1886, but yeah, you know what I mean? I think you get it. That's what a lot of people's complaints about the nerfs. A lot of people looked at it that way. But the expertise system, man, I invested in these things, right? And now you're trying to tell me not to use it that's the goal, right? They're not telling you to do anything, but the goal is to change behavior. And so, whatever, I like meta shakeups, but you see the contradictions in the game. We have these systems that are, It's not that it's just a system and like, yeah, it's just a system, a little bit of wasted resources. No, it's a very, 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 very grindy system. Very grindy. You know, so that doesn't interest me. And they just made it lose more interest than it already was. I was never actually that interested in expertise. I've done my own testing. I've shared my results with you. And I felt like the expertise just doesn't move the needle on very many builds. There's a few builds it does, where it's just like they're borderline and you want to put on an armor core. And so one way to do that is to add expertise to this particular weapon, but they're usually one-shot builds. Strong builds that are already really strong, and you're just trying to get more defense on them. But for assault rifle builds, like, who cares? SMG builds, who cares? It's base damage, it's additive, it's not very helpful. You wouldn't notice whether you had it. And I did these tests for myself. Everybody has to experience it. You know, there's a lot of like, with placebo effect coming out of that expertise, but it is more damage. So there's just that, right? And the reason why it's important, I don't want to go too much on a tangent, but it's important because it's kind of related to the nerfs. Like, you know, it's just that people are trying to say, oh, well, you want this game to be easy. Oh, the power creep. There's no power creep. It's easy because you understand the game. You've gotten good, you know, and part of being good is memorizing things, right? You know which enemies are a threat, which ones aren't. You know when to attack, when to back off. You know the spawn points. That's not power creep. It's creep. You know, it's intelligence. It's in-game intelligence, right? It's just, that's why the game gets easier. But they still hit hard as hell, man. I mean, that stupid black tusk drone is annoying, right? The one that goes around and shoots rockets at you. I mean, this game is hard. It is hard. It's hard. And you go play other games, you come back to this one, and it's hard, and that's part of its appeal. So we don't want that to go away. My point is that there's a giant Grand Canyon space between us and the NPCs, and the expertise system is a drop in that bucket, right? It's just a drop, and we do it because we're grasping for anything we can to get closer, and we're still really far away, but we do it because we want to get closer. We want to be as powerful as we can in a game where we are extremely underdogs, right? And then it gets to the stages like, well, what else am I gonna fucking do? There's nothing else to do. What else am I gonna farm for? And that's kind of what's been nice about playing other games for me, is that, you know, in this game, there's nothing for me to farm for, not even expertise. And I don't have my weapons all maxed out, but I have max expertise. I can. You know, I can go walk over to the bench. I got all the resources I need to fully level this build up to 26 on everything, you know? So, well, you do run out of some stupid things, right? Like, you end up running out of, like, things that you can't craft, like these base materials that you can only get from deconstructing weapons and gear. And so when you try to go through a full build like this and max everything out, you run out of stupid things. You're like, really? Oh man, I gotta go play a bunch of stuff and deconstruct gear to get it. That's the only way to get it. Otherwise, you gotta, you know, buy things from the vendor, and that takes like 10 years. That's annoying. So what are you gonna do? And so my point is like, I'm happy if I just get gear in this game until something big happens, right? And what I mean by something big is like a new DLC or a real change to the game. And I am looking forward to the changes coming next season, but you know, I don't want to bash it too much until I try it, but from my perspective, it's a little bit like a reskin of what we already have. And that's okay. That's okay. Because the reality is like, I don't think they should do dramatic things to this game. They're going to drive people away. Give us more of what we like. So tune it, make it feel different, make it a new experience, but it's okay if it's not too bold or whatever, not ingenuitive, or I don't know the word I'm looking for, but innovative. But, you know, because it's not the time. You know, it's not the time. And they need to earn our trust back before they do that, because we're just going to reject any innovation they throw at us. It's not going to be good enough. We don't, you know, and that comes from just a place of distrust, I think. And so, you know, the DLC, I hope is great, but the time for big changes are going to be in the next game. That's just where we are with this one. You know, so I think when it comes to keeping the Division 2 alive, Telecreep, good one, Ed. When it comes to keeping this game alive, it comes to giving us more of what we love. Don't try changing things. Just give us more of what we love. Now, for me, I'll speak for myself now, going back to myself. For me, I love builds. I want missions. I look forward to those, but the reality is the missions come and go. The builds last forever. So, and that's why the last 2 seasons have been really disappointing, is because they didn't give us any gear. I mean, they did, but it sucked. Nobody wanted to use it, you know? It's just such a stupid thing to fuck up in this game. You know what I mean? How do you, 0 for 6, whatever it is, the number of things they give us, right? I mean, wow. 0 for 6 exotics in 2 seasons, that's for sure. And then for the gear, it was all kind of lame. You know, bits and pieces were okay. They were usable, but it wasn't going to carry us all the way. So rebalancing is good, right? So I agree with rebalancing. I like the idea. But, you know, I don't think they needed to nerf anything. But it was interesting the things they went through and improved. Some of those are going to be really fun. I look forward to trying those. They're not necessarily game changers. They're just giving them more damage. And we need more damage. So good. But going back to this build and topic of the day, which is XP, this build has never really been touched. And it got one tiny little nerf in, what did they call it? Project Resolve, where they adjusted the health out of Hunter's Fury, the health on kill. It used to be 100%, now it's 50. And so who cares? We don't even pay attention to that. We don't build around it. I mean, health is helpful at the end of the day, but we rarely care about health on kill. It's mostly the base health. But, oh, sorry, my graphics card is resetting for some reason. Oh, no, the game's glitching? The game glitched. Wow, that's twice since I've logged in. Wow. That's literally twice since I've logged in. How long have I been streaming? 20 minutes. So, 2 deltas in 30 minutes, probably. Wow. So this build has never been touched. It's never been nerfed. And the 1886 is only getting stronger. And so that's what's kind of interesting to me. Like I'm excited because part of my process and one of the ways I enjoy this game is by evolving my builds. So every season I look at my favorite builds and see if there's a way to make them one step better. In this coming season, there will be. So the 1886 is getting higher base damage and a larger mag. I mean, I so want that larger mag on the 1886. I always have. So that makes me extremely happy. But they're also buffing the Magnum, which will pair up with this XP farm build. And then they're also buffing the KSG shotgun, which could also be used. But the M1A Classic is getting a big push up. And that is actually a really interesting XP farm weapon. We've done it in the past. You have to sacrifice a little armor to run the M1A. And so I'm thinking maybe we don't as much. I'm sure we will. We will a little bit. But maybe we won't as much, you know? And can now run with a rifle that's a lot easier to use and has an even bigger mag and a bigger RPM. But either way, this build is about to get stronger, and that's one of the reasons why I want to showcase it, is because it hasn't been touched in all of these seasons. It's only getting better. Look at that, my gear's still here. What do you know? I'll take those badger knees. But other things got touched, like the SRS. You know, one of the other ones that they buffed was the White Death. Got a push back up to the top, which is good. It's kind of stupid that the White Death isn't top, right? I mean, it should be. It's bolt action for one. It's got the best headshot damage single stat in the game, I guess is what we want to say. Okay, so I think we got this. I don't think we need to do anything to this build. I think we just need to get out there and see what's going on with this XP stuff, right? So that's why I was cleaning out my stash. So the stash is good to go because I want to see how many levels we get. So we're going to turn on all the modifier, all the global directives here. So ammo orders, cool skills, fog of war, fragile armor, ragers, fragile armor, please don't glitch. And then I got golden bullet on, and then we'll reset the control points, and then we'll head down here and get the party started. The backfire might is getting a buff too. Yeah, they're fixing some of the mods, which is good because that was his biggest problem in the mods. And then it'll stack twice as fast. Same amount of crit damage stacks, but you'll get them twice as fast. That's cool. Yeah, I know the D50 is getting a nerf, and that's one of the ones that pisses me off because I've invested a lot into it. They're basically nerfing the expertise system if you think about it. That's what they've done. That's what they've continued to do. Oops. Apparently I gotta get used to my aiming here. There it is. Okay, where did the other guy go? Okay, we got to remember our mechanics. So typically we start with the Nemesis, and then we trade off to our 1886. Really? Oh, sometimes they're immune. I forget about that. You have to look out for that. See that? Fuck, that's twice in a row. And then you lose your golden bullet because of it. So if we're reloading, fixes that. But the problem is, like, you think you're missing shots or something. It takes you a minute to realize what's going on. Like, why isn't it working? And with ammo hoarders, it's kind of a pain to have to reload sometimes because you could be low on ammo. It doesn't happen a lot, though. Where are they, all over the fence? They are. Slime balls. God damn it. Oh, good. Here they come. So I use my skills to refresh and maintain my golden bullet. A little pro tip for you. So skills like the decoy are great because you can just drop it and destroy it. So I missed that one. It's not the end of the world with these types of builds, you don't have to maintain your golden bullet because you're one-shotting things anyways. And so I'm more after the infinite ammo, no reload situation. God. What if there's a 13% protection from elites hidden on the field? Would you be mad at me? Jesus. You know what I mean? All that from one dude. A man of little patience. Okay, so we lost our buff. Still have to be fast because when they have the golden bullet, it hurts. God, they are fast. I swear with the golden bullet, they get faster. I've always said that. I've always said that. The golden bullet gives these guys a speed boost. Yes, I'm a qualified Division 2 NPC speed analyst. We've played this game as long as I have. It's official. I mean, look. You see that, right? Bullet flinch. See, he's gonna hurt. That's like one of the worst bosses to have a golden bullet. Why? Why? Oh, fuck it. There's a body that was laying in front of him. He could shoot through it, but I couldn't. Not fair. All right, let's go see if we get some protection from elites. I've gotten a few. I've gotten 2 at the crash site. Believe it or not, on heroic. Freaking relic. I don't need resources. I don't know why I'm grabbing it. Bad habit, I guess. Did we look at those mods? Okay, so that was 6 levels. What did we get for mods? I swear I grabbed more than one. Auto deconstruct skill mods is on. Oh, they made that an option. I didn't realize it was an option. It was just always on. Ooh, look at that skill duration. Yeah, we're gonna be getting God rolled mods today, folks. Jaco, happy Friday. So we'll track our XP through the proficiency caches. But 6 in one mission is not bad. 5 seconds isn't very long, is it? These guys are fighting it out, huh? Wow. They take out that warhound. Alright, let's take out some. Look at these big boys fighting it out. They're duking it out, man. How did that happen? How did a black tusk chunga and a heavy and a hyena heavy end up in this control point? The stars have aligned, folks. No, 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 I do not. That's gonna hurt. It hurts more that he forces a miss. I don't mind the damage so much. That's how we do it. I know the RPMs are really exciting with the golden bullet, but that auto reload is magic. It makes weapons that are extremely powerful ridiculous, because that's a lot of their a lot of those have those problems. That as the problem, the reload. Oh, come on! Is she an Olympian? Did you see that? I mean, not only was she fast, she was leaping over shit. I mean, look, she's right in front of me. Oh, that one's insane. That one's insane. Yeah, they're probably like 15% faster, I bet. I'm breaking it down. Yep. I committed to a percentage. They're 15% faster. Damn, we're ripping through that rewards track, aren't we? They need to do these all the time. Well, they're crazy for not. The developers are fucking crazy, man. Let's just admit it, right? I mean, how do they not do XP weekends like all the time? How's that not a thing? It's so weird. They're so weird. It's just odd. It confuses me so much because they act like they got the world's largest player base. You know? And like, oh, we don't need to retain players or, you know, attract them with good ideas. Or popular, they're not even good ideas. They're what I would call probably best practices. You know what I mean? Like, they're not even good ideas. They're like, it's a bad idea if you don't do it, is a better way to say it. It is just weird to me, you know? because it seems so straightforward. It's like, yeah, just these XP events, and maybe they didn't have somebody to implement it. Maybe that was the problem. They couldn't figure out the code, and they finally figured it out, you know? And it's fine that it's only for a weekend. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I can't fast travel this. They've broken that capability here. To be able to fast travel to that. But they should just do it more often, you know? I mean, X Defiant is throwing out XP weekends like back to back, like constantly. Yeah, I got the shakes, man. I got the shakes. But like, you know, it's constant. Okay, wait, how do I get out of here? With some games, right? And yeah, I mean, they don't need to be constant. They don't need to show their desperation, but god damn, this was a bad idea. It's so like cloudy and foggy down here. Oh, there it is. I rarely come down here. It's filled with DC-62. The pit of DC-62. I mean, it might be... What up, Matt Master? Welcome in. And crew. I mean, maybe it's because we were just talking about how crazy it is that the Division 2 doesn't do double XP weekends very often. Well, ever, really? I should say. What am I talking about? Forever, ever. That they just finally got around to it. Part of me thinks it's they're afraid of the gap growing even wider between veteran players and new players. I think they see that as a big problem. Get out of here, Waron. What up, Rizzle? Oh, another fucking helmet, dude, huh? All right, he's wigging out, man. He's wigging out. There you are. Welcome back. Over here. There you are. My golden bullet. I'll do a shout out for you in a moment, Matt. Appreciate you swinging by. Yeah, so I think that's probably what it is. But I don't really see that as that big of an issue. It's a PvE game, you know? And that's just another one of those PvP things that leaks over to the PvE side, you know? Like a lot of feedback around the nerfs were like, what, you know? Were the Black Tusks complaining about our damage? I mean, why are we nerfing these things? What's the deal here? You know? And so some people think it's a crazy thing to nerf a PvE game, like just from principle. Because it's the players you should be concerned about, not the NPCs. And if the players are having fun with their current power situation, then let it be. Player satisfaction. We want those scores high. Okay, I think we're gonna get. Do you think we're gonna get a protection from Lee San? New Division 2 players? Oh my gosh, I don't know. Where you at? Where you at? Obelix? Am I saying your name right? Obelix? What I mean by where you're at, like, are you, have you gotten your watch yet? That's probably the best way to ask. Have you gotten your watch? And then if so, have you gotten to 1,000? Because that really opens up your builds. Like before level 40, I mean, I don't see the point in making builds, but you can. Some people stay in the 30 world for a long time. Yeah, you're almost 2,000. Oh yeah, you're almost there. The trick, you know, it's a question that I get a lot, and the answer isn't for everybody. Because I divide the community, like the way I see it from playing this game for so long. Like there's kind of two, maybe three types of players. Yeah, there's probably three types of players. It's really two, but you could subcategorize one of them. So there's one player that they come for the missions, right? They come for, and that's the new content, and they're very attached to that new content. So if the devs aren't constantly delivering it, then they get bored. Wow, look at all of these. We filled up and we're overflowing. That's crazy. That happened really fast. Sorry for the break there. That's insane how fast that just happened. Sorry, I gotta make a little bit of room. Get these out. Well, I don't really have to. That's insane though. That was insane how fast that just happened. We went from 0, we got 20, over 20, that means we got over 20. Shit, is there 17 lane here? What is it saying? No. Yeah, okay. There was like 7 there. So we got like 27 levels and 3 missions. That's crazy. Sorry, where was I? Okay, so yeah, there's three types of players in the Division 2, and so one of them comes for the new missions. This is just like any game, but they come for the new missions, and they're really attached to the missions. So when the missions when they've played through them all enough, and the devs aren't delivering more missions or new content, like manhunts would qualify as that, then they're out until next season. And you know, there's not much I can do about that. So no advice there, except, you know, you better diversify your game, right? And play another game, because these devs just don't deliver content at that kind of rate. And even when they do, I mean, even when they're sticking to their current schedule, it's still you'd be disappointed. And I think a lot of that community is disappointed because the manhunts can be really lame, and if that's their new content. So if that's you, then you're kind of in a tough spot. The good news though is this: because you're new, Stimp, 30 months, OG, appreciate you, man. Thanks for visiting me from down south, by the way. I know I'm not always on your schedule. Because you're a new player, you got years of exploring on those missions before you get to that point, you know, so that's the good news. And by the time you get to that point, you're probably going to run into the Division 3 anyways. But for the rest of us, these global events, I mean, for us that have been around for a while, the missions are old, the global events are old, you know, so there's not much there. Okay, so that's one type of player, very common in a lot of games. And as a new player, you're safe. You got years of enjoyment ahead of you. The other type of player is really social. He plays the game because his friends are playing the game. And so we got a few of these people. Some of my longtime OGs in this game are that way. One particularly, all he does is raid. Like, you'll never see him in a mission. It's really rare to see him in a mission. And usually when you do see him in a mission, he's just waiting for the raid to start, or he's recruiting for a raid by playing the mission. But you're waiting for him to say, hey, you want to run a raid? You're just waiting for him to say it. And the reason why is because he's such a social player. He's here to socialize and hang out with friends. And the way you do that with games is grouping up, right? And raids is the biggest group up. It's a big party, right? It's a chat party in a way. So there's that player. And for that player, the game never really gets old either. I mean, this guy, he's been running the same builds for years. You know, the standard go-to raid builds, and every now and again, he'll upgrade it, you know, based on the current meta for raids. But very rarely does he need to, or does he? You know, you're looking for major changes for that to happen, right? So there's that player. It's super social, doesn't know what's going on, doesn't care what's going on, and it's not out of ignorance. It's out of like priorities. Socializing, right? And so if that's you, then it comes down to where are you planting your roots in the game? And there's a lot of people like that, so it's not just this guy, right? And so that's where your discords are going to be really important. If you haven't clicked with the Discord, we got a really strong one. We're 8,000 plus. Some of the mods are here. Jaco's here. Jaco is like the admin of admins. So yeah, he's the king of Discord. So, you know, that's really important for the social player, you know, and then there's the technical player. That's the third one. And this is the one where, it's a big deal for the Division 2. There's a lot of people in the Division 2 that are here because of that still after all these years. Like a lot of the people that have been playing since 2019, they figured something else figured something out about this game, and other games have this too, like Warframe has it. And one of the reasons why I really like the First Descendant is because it has it too. That's the X factor that these games carry, is their builds and how layered they are and how intricate they can be, as much as you want them to be, for the most part. And that's what I figured out about the Division 2, and that's how I can play, because I get this question a lot in a different form, which is how do you still play this game after so many years? And people have been asking me that question for years, right? Because this game is old. And so, yeah, it's a good damn question. Oh my God, look at all these caches. I can't keep up, man. I cannot keep up. They are everywhere. And I'm not even gonna try to open these. I'm not even gonna try. You can spend all day opening caches. If you're XP farming, fuck it, right? But that's gold. That's a looter shooter nightmare to leave gear on the ground and not look at it. So for me is I discovered the builds, right? And there's some people that are interested in that. And I do wonder, if you're not interested in that, how long would you last in the Division 2? And for some people, not very long. They move on, or they're juggling a bunch of different games, you know. No matter how cool the game is, if the devs aren't delivering content fast enough, if they're in that crew, which a lot of people are, most are in that crew. I think most people are in that category of I rely on the devs delivering new content. Now, for those that discovered builds, if you discovered the builds and how cool they can be, then you're going to have a lot of fun in this game. A lot of fun. The tinkering. You could spend days, months, weeks on tinkering and perfecting your builds. You got to farm those builds. You got to test those builds. And so you can play the same mission over and over and over again, but because you're iterating on your builds or changing your builds or running different builds, that same mission becomes a new experience. And the devs, for me, the devs don't have to deliver new content in the form of missions, because I have all my new content, or the content that I really enjoy the most, is the builds that provides a new experience in the same mission. And so I look forward to builds, and that's why things like even rebalancing the game. Oh, I was gonna do a shout out to Matt Master. Appreciate you, Matt. Even though, hold on, let me do this because I can't chew bubblegum and walk. Oh, I did 2 exclamations. My bad. Got all this equipment in front of me. Should pull up. There it is. Good man, playing the Division 2. There's his link. Please be sure to head over to Matt. Give him a follow. And subscribe if you do. So, so that's why I was saying I actually started out the stream with that same sentiment, which is like, I'm easy to please in the Division 2, really. You know, because all I take is just some, so, oops, I didn't mean to let that go. It's just some gear and I'm good to rock, man. You know what I mean? Like, and so I'm excited for the new gear, to give it a test. I mean, oh, come on. Hold on. I mean, like the Strega rifle, I know there's a lot of excitement over that, and it's powerful, and it's going to be a good crowd control tool. But it's a little simple, and I'm okay with simple. But I'm going to elaborate on that, because when they try to get too complicated with things, it could just, you know, it'll get poor adoption because people don't understand it or don't feel like it's working right or don't know how to build around it. And some people, you know, again, for the casual player, they want to get in, they want to use that weapon, they want to go, pick it up and go. So that's why it's kind of got to be simple. And I'm down with that. I get it, you know. But interesting is also really important, you know. And it's kind of interesting, but I feel like it's negotiator's dilemma in a weapon, which is also why that's probably the first build I'm going to make with it, because there's a kind of a synergy there, a complement. But it's kind of, you know, they've been going that way with their weapons lately. Part of it is, I think, it helps them control it, and it's one of the reasons is for the casual crowd, of course, and they want to attract more of that. But also they can control it because there's not so many moving parts in that weapon. Straightforward in what it does. It's just a matter of balancing its power. Where you got things with the like the Scorpio shotgun that's so much more than power, that its real power can be hidden, right? Real power is its ability to hold an enemy still. That's the Scorpio's real power. It's not its damage, although it's awesome because it has that too. But its real power is that you can step up to a boss, one being aggro, like at the end of District Union Arena, and you can just use your Scorpio. Ammo eventually becomes an issue, but to keep him. So you break his chain, and then you can keep him from fixing it just using the trigger rates. The status effect coming off of it. Let's get this mission out of the way. Fuck. Look at those caches. It's insane, 5x XP. It is insane. Fantastic though. Yeah, but so interesting is important, I think, in this game, because well, why do we need it to be interesting? I mean, if it comes down to just damage, which uninteresting things usually do in this game, so it just comes down to damage, then it gets replaced easier. I guess that's maybe the best way to put it. I think there's more to that, though. It's more complicated than that, but that's one of the most simple reasons I can think of it. Like the Ouroboros is a perfect example. You know, it's the meta until it's not. And that's okay to a degree because you want, you know, if you're just using the same weapon for 6 years, then yeah, move on to a different game. Probably. That's not a good sign, right? It's not a good sign. It means things aren't changing in the game enough. So yeah, you don't want that, but that's the problem with damaged weapons is that they can easily get stowed away in your stash, and if you're investing into them, which this game encourages you to do through the expertise system, that's painful. That's painful. Now you have weapons like the Mantis that's strong, but it also delivers something much more interesting than power, which is unlimited decoys. And then you also have, what else does that? What else is interesting like that? The capacitor, strong, but then it's also buffing your skills, and the skill tiers buff it back. The memento, of course. Backpack is really interesting. I'm trying to think. There's another weapon that's escaping me that I want to point out. St. Elmo's is simple. The Ouroboros is too simple. They didn't do enough with the talent. And so the nerf wouldn't have been so bad on the Ouroboros. It's still going to be strong, but they almost nerfed it into the ground with that mag and the RPM drop. But the mag was one of its big separators. And because the talent sucks, it feels like it kind of, you know, okay of a weapon. Like, why is it exotic at this stage? What's exotic about it? You know? Yeah, so the 1886 is getting buffed next season. What up, Mark? There you are. Mark in the house. And there are some weapons that are exotic and they're pure damage based, but I don't think they need to be, you know? I don't think they need to be exotic. Like the Nemesis is one of them. I don't think it needs to be exotic. It is, but it doesn't need to be. What's exotic about it? Damage. It's just a railgun, you know? A lot of damage shouldn't be exotic so much. I think exotics should be strong because they're a rare item. Hard to get. Should be powerful, yeah. In their way. You know, so sometimes their power can come from like a debuff or a status effect. But just damage? Yeah, that's not exotic enough, I don't think. I'm not saying we don't need damage, I'm just saying that could just be a regular weapon. You know. But the Scorpio is interesting. Scorpio is very interesting. I don't like the Scorpio, but yeah, I'd recommend it to anybody. Just not for me. And when I do use it, I use it for its debuff capabilities or its status effects, not for the damage per se. Too good. It's too good. You say things like that, and the devs will come through and nerf it. So don't say that. Too late. They nerfed it. I mean, between you and I, like, I've been saying for many years, like, I can't believe that Scorpios can exist. That I can't believe it's allowed to exist. I can't. You know, and they finally came around and nerfed it, but I mean, it's not because I don't think we should have weapons that strong, but it's because I know the devs, you know, and they don't like us to have weapons that strong or that can do what it does, which is, I mean, for me, their reputation all starts back when it comes to nerfing things. Goes back to when they nerfed the status effects. Right before they released the Eclipse Protocol. So they nerfed like Riot Foam, they nerfed Blind. And then, yeah. And so it was like, wow, they don't want us to, and they said why. One of the things was like, if they felt like the NPC, this is funny, right? They felt like the NPCs didn't have a fighting chance. It's like, wait, are you on our team or the NPCs team, right? Like, that's the point of our builds, right? Like, celebrate that, devs. Don't punish us for coming up with creative ways to kill these enemies or to make them useless with the tools that we have. Celebrate it. Wow, that's a really creative of these guys, and they seem to really be enjoying it. And, you know, if the NPCs aren't filing formal complaints, you know, we're not going to do anything about it. It's funny, huh? Wow, a lot of caches, man. It's insane. I'm saying that because those caches are equal 1 SHD level, so it's an indication of our leveling. We're littering the field with SHD caches, proficiency caches. Right on, Stimpy. Glad I caught you live, man. Biko, what's up? I saw you enter. Biko in the house. I know I'm doing an early stream. I've been working really hard in the videos, and so lately I've been having a hard time staying awake for the night streams because I get up so early. I know that's a me problem. I gotta circle my hours back. Took the day off. Well, good man. That's your priorities are where they need to be. Yeah, we got Mateus. We got it on right now. 5x XP and Golden Bullet at the same time. These stars have aligned. What up, Nostal? Senor Leaf? So yeah, I've been slacking real hard on the streams, and every day I'm like, oh my god, I'm just so tired. But it's my hours right now. I gotta get them back into usual. Wow, exposed. That's crazy, man. What are you going to do with your XP? Well, the 5 directives on top of it, right? Is what makes it all really nuts if you think about it. I mean, I wonder, like, does it feel, obviously 5x is 5x, so that's amazing. But if you weren't running directives, which a lot of people don't, because a lot of people don't like directives, I understand. How crazy does it feel without directives? But with the directives, what are we at? 6.25 X. So one of the things I wanted to talk about, because I've had it on my mind, and I haven't been wanting to go like too deep into the season 2 stuff until it basically launches, just because, you know, PTS. I think it just, from a review perspective, I think it goes, you got to get your hands on there. And even for the people that had the PTS, I mean, only 3 days for all of that stuff was just not very much time to really put your finger on it. I mean, I think what would be smart for the devs to do is to actually give content creators kind of priority into PTS and give it to them longer. And you know, if they don't want us to show footage, that's fine, you know, but allow us to talk about it. I mean, at this stage, right, when you're weeks away from launch, it's going to be baked enough for us to spend tens of 20s of 30s of hours in there, right? Mobile Twitch is bugging, Sky. Right on, Sky. Appreciate you. How dare you not follow me? Yeah, so that being said, you know, as I've been holding off on it until it launches, just because, you know, it's just where we are. Right? It's just where we are with this game and how things work. It's just the way it works. I mean, you've heard me talk about the PTS. I don't think they're worth much, the PTS. I know they say that they want our feedback and that they're gonna listen to us, but they never really do. Not really. So, I mean, if they did listen to us, they would have put out a statement about the nerfs. I mean, don't you think it's kind of interesting that they didn't talk about it for more than just like 10 seconds during the live stream? That live stream is, if you really think about it, go back, rewind everything. Rewind everything. What was the point of the live stream? Do you guys remember? It was in response to the seasonal characters and the cancellation of it and all that goodness, right? Okay, let's reset. And so basically, it's to have a heart-to-heart with the community. Or to talk about a very important subject, right? State of the game. Let's just call it what it is. State of the game. Let's talk about state of the game. And so to kind of skip over a subject that they knew was gonna stir up the hornet's nest is kind of weird. I mean, I hate using this word. I do, because I feel like it's a dramatic word, but I don't have another word for it. But it's kind of deceitful, you know? And they weren't going to say anything about it. The only reason why they said something about it is because somebody noticed that his St. Elmo's had a smaller mag. And he had to address it so that they realized, so that they knew. The only reason why he had to address it is so that, you didn't have to, but so that they knew that it wasn't a modifier coming out of the system, that it was, the modifiers weren't making your mag small, that it was a rebalancing of the game, right? So you kind of had to address it, because otherwise it looked like the modifiers were fucking with our weapons, and nobody wants that. Some good frag response time, wasn't it? They were on point with their frags. Anyway, I'm not gonna make a big deal of it. It is what it is, and it's actually in their nature, so it's not really even a surprise. But the PTS, you know, that's part of it, right? Like, because if they really were listening to our feedback, they would respond to our feedback. And where's our feedback right now? They would address it publicly. They would come out and say, hey, we see that everybody's complaining about the the nerfs. A lot of people are complaining. You know how many people uninstalled the game? A lot. You know, a lot of people uninstalled the game because of that. Again, it's just the straw on the camel's back. And so, you know, if they came out and addressed things head on a little bit more, maybe we could have less of that response in the community, right? Ooh, that hurt. Okay, so with that being said, you know, the modifiers, look at these god rolls. There could be some 13 percenters in here. I don't know about these modifiers, you know, the enemy ones that they're bringing to the enemies. All season? You're gonna have to deal with those? I mean, I don't really like, I don't like directives at all. I run them all the time. But I don't like them. But the reason why I run them really, it's not because the game gets too easy. It's not. There's nothing I can do about that. You know what I mean? I've been playing the game so long that I know what to do and when to do it. You know, again, we were calling that's something else, right? It's the situational awareness you earn by playing this game so much. Oh, those resource convoys are probably massive. And so, yeah, and so I realize you can turn off the modifiers, but if you do, you turn off the event. You turn it all off. It's all or nothing. But, yeah, there's that one where it, like, reflects the damage that you put out back onto you. Yikes. Oh, you dick. God, this fucking guy. Yeah. I mean, see what I'm saying? Really, game? Come on, save me. That's what you do. So I don't like it. Why can't it just be buffs? Why can't it just be buffs? You know? They're temporary. The first Descendant just went through this. And the devs listened and they reverted it. So their modifiers, their seasonal modifiers did the same thing. They had a downside and they reverted it almost immediately within a week. And my point is that, yeah, not that they should follow what the First Ascendant does, but my point is that I think it's pretty globally, I think it's pretty global for the type of player that we're dealing with here, that I don't think they appreciate modifier, a seasonal modifier, something that you have to grind for, punishing you. It's just weird. Wait, I'm working hard to take a nerf? Like, and I get there's buffs and you're gonna feel powerful too, but it's the principle. It's not whether I'm gonna feel powerful. It's just like, I don't wanna work hard to be able to use my global directives. It's a God-given right. Yeah, I've heard that response before, of course. And then they just, Parabellum, you're right, yeah. Money. I mean, what are the real, I mean, the truth is, there's, I mean, if we put it like that, I know what you mean. So, but if we put it like that, that's like saying there's not enough servers in the world to accomplish that. There's plenty of servers, right? So it's not like there's not enough servers. Get more servers. I mean, they don't have to build, you know, it's not like a remodeling thing, right? They rent the servers. I'd be surprised if they owned them. I think they gave us some of that information, didn't they? When they were talking about the server centralization thing. Ended up being Azure servers, I think, is what they're on in the end. Just Microsoft? At least some of them? I don't know. I'm not an IT dude. But it's money is what we're talking about, right? It's money. Comes down to money. It's put nicely when they say it's servers, though. It does sound nicer than we don't want to spend money on the community by expanding our servers. But yeah, that's business. Yeah, so anyways, all else aside, everything else aside, I think that's the one thing they should adjust at the very least, you know? The other feedback that I'm seeing just from community members is that it feels like really grindy too. Anybody else feel like that? It is quite a grind. To come with it. I mean, that's sort of relative, so I guess I'm gonna have to experience it myself, but you know, looter shooters are kind of grindy. And I think we're talking about the rewards when they say that, not the modifiers. I think it's the way they split the rewards track. How? Oh my gosh. You gotta shoot him in the backpack on purpose because he's just really good at dodging bullets. One of my favorite things about Determined is that those technicians with their big, oversized, bloated backpacks that are bullet magnets, and they normally don't take damage from them. You're aiming for their head and it doesn't. The code says, nope, we're gonna say hit the weak point. It's like, damn, I'm really good at hitting weak points, I guess. You know, I'm a weak point king. But yeah, so I love that Determined overrides that and inflicts a headshot on weak points. My favorite thing about it. Those damn technicians. Also, I mean, it removes a major hazard in the game, which is killing yourself from explosions by accidentally shooting a weak point at close range. How many times has that happened to you? A lot, right? Like if you're using like an SMG build or something. Can't see this guy. Why do all the bosses have to be really annoying? Yeah, there he is. There you are. Welcome back. God damn, Nemesis. There you are. She did have that golden bullet in a long time. Mine doesn't last that long. You noticing that? He's had this golden bullet forever. They have it, like, he was stuck in the spawn closet for a while. I keep dying to that guy. Yeah, the Ubisoft drama is crazy, right? I think they took a loan from Tencent, which is one of their owners, if you will. So they help him through the hard times. Jesus Christ, that status effect lasts forever. There's a golden bullet. This is my XP farm build. It's a Hunter's Fury 1886. And I'm featuring it because of the nerfs and the buffs that are coming, and I'm gonna talk about them more in a near future video, because it's existed for so long and it's never really taken a nerf, and the weapon itself is also getting a buff, which is crazy, and I'm happy about it. And got to figure out what I want to do with that. More damage. Not much to do. It's the damage to the weapon isn't going to be that helpful, because you still have to have your minimum headshot damage on your build. And to make sure, really, this lady, every time. Right in front of me makes me miss her. So that you get your full headhunter buff. So if you don't have 150% headshot damage, then you're not going to have it. You're not going to get the full damage. So anyways, my build is basically consumed because I have one headshot mod here, and it's not for the damage, it's for the minimum requirements on my headhunter, which is 150. And if I look at my stats, where am I at here? 155. So yeah, there's no way to decrease that. It's 145 or 155. And then we're already running maximum armor cores, or we normally are. Oh, I didn't realize I wasn't doing that. This normally has way more armor. Well, let's fix that. I was running a different build at some point, apparently. Wow, we've been missing a bunch of armor. Thought I felt a little glass here. Yeah, so the idea is to go full armor here, because when you grab one trophy, you get, what is it, 1.8 million in armor, a single trophy. Anyways, I don't need gear. I don't know what I'm doing. It's just a habit. Look at gear. Bad habit. Fix our armor. Maybe find another armor kit. Yeah, so I don't know what I would do with that more damage. Because I don't know, although it's more, I don't know if it's going to be more to take it to the next step, which is, you know, one-shotting certain bosses. Because it's the bosses that'll require more than one shot with this build, which is not a big deal. Some of them will go down. A lot of them won't. Half of them will, half of them won't. Like the sniper boss will. And but the part that really excites me about it is mostly the ammo situation. Bigger mag is going to be amazing on this weapon. Enough with the grenade, lady. Jesus, he almost got away. Yeah, we're much tankier now. Helps with the regen too. Ooh, get downstairs. Do that. Look at the armor. That's just crazy, right? I mean, crazy armor. You need it though. These dudes hit hard. Late grenade, guys. Very late grenade. Best PvE built for solo. now, probably still the same. I don't think that's going to shift a lot, even with the nerfs and the buffs. I think Striker will still be one of the best gear sets to run. Especially, it's the backpack that was nerfed. So not the gear set, but if you haven't run a Striker hybrid skill build, that's one. It's actually a really good build for solo. Makes just the capacitor feels awesome with it. And it works in any content. Well, not any. I wouldn't take it into countdown, but anything, most content. Legendary, group, solo. It works. It works. Very handy build. The memento will persist. Not changing that. I think they were smart enough not to change that. That would definitely be my bugaboo. Another really good solo build is the sniper one. What's it called? Hot Shot. A Hot Shot sniper build is really good solo. An all red striker build is actually not good solo in my opinion. I mean, people will argue with me on that, the people that like pure DPS builds, but it's not very fun to be in heroic and all red cores and when you don't have to, you know. You definitely can. Anybody can, but you're punishing yourself. So, and I'm not saying not Striker DPS build, but I'm saying if you're gonna run Striker, then I think that you're better off with something like the Memento on your backpack. The problem with Striker now is what chest piece are you gonna run with it? That's the problem with Striker now. Right on, Salty? You know, that's the problem. The real problem with Striker is what chess piece are you going to run with it? Obliterate has always been a crowd favorite. And it does look really good on paper. But in practice, it's a little bit of a different reality. If you pay attention to your meter, there's a little meter on it, right? Stacks. This is a problem with a lot of things in the games, and it's not a bad talent. It's the way the devs do things. Is that you're always losing it. So at least it's easy to build back up. So the higher RPM, the better. But you're always, you know, when you earn it, and by the time I run over to this next enemy, and then I look down, it's gone. You know, it's gone. So it really does work a lot like, God, what's the weapon talent that's like that? Optimist. It's a lot like Optimist. It's more like Optimist than not. Where you're getting the averages. You're playing into the averages of it, you know. But the positive side of that is that, you know, you don't really have to think about it too much. But when I do think about it a lot, I get really annoyed by that talent. I look down and I'm like, man, that thing is never active. And it's because of the spread. You're always having to run to the next engagement. So you earn it on these 3 guys. And then you go find the next 3 guys and you got to earn it again. And so you didn't get much out of its max potential. You know, maybe a couple of bullets on the 3rd guy or something, you know, whatever. Probably a little bit better than that, but. And so when they changed it, when they buffed it, which was just the other day, okay, they just buffed it. It was one of the best buffs in the game because it's somebody out there in Division developer world was on the same page as me, thinking that 5 seconds isn't enough to do shit in this game unless you're gonna stand in front of a door, right? That's the only thing. Like if you're spawn killing, that's when it's handy, or in certain content where the enemies are really tanky, which is everything. I get. So it is handy in those situations where you're playing in group, because it's really, how does that happen? Yeah, so it definitely has its use cases where it really shines. But it sort of encourages and it's not just that. There's a lot of gear in this game that encourages that kind of gameplay, you know? And so I feel like the devs are kind of, they're the ones doing it. They're the ones who are calling for the nerfs, and the nerfs come from how we use our gear, right? So we get our gear and then we go step and just obliterate enemies. And the reason why is because we're standing in front of the door and we're risking it all. And you can only risk it all if you make a build strong enough to allow you to do that. And so we take these pieces they give us and, you know, we stand in front of the door because we have to. I don't want to. I don't really want to go stand in front of the door and kill them all in half a second. I really don't. You would think otherwise because I do it so much. But in many cases, all of our benefits come from this 5 second. Everything's within 5 seconds. I mean, look, Hunter's Fury gives me a damage buff. I'm running Hunter's Fury. How long does it last? 5 seconds or some shit. Maybe it's 10 on this one. 5 stacks, I think it's 10 seconds each. 10 seconds each, yeah, 5 times. So, one of the better ones, except it only works. Hunter's Fury, you got to be within range, right? So I got to be there anyways with Hunter's Fury, so. It's SMG thing, I guess. But yeah, another one, and maybe a better example is like Killer. Isn't Perfect Killer is always timing out on me too. And so even the 10 seconds, which I think Perfect Killer is, 10 seconds, even that isn't enough time, you know? And I'm always complaining about it, like, man, you have to run from here to over there. And by the time I get there, you know, I had to earn that killer. By the time I get there, it expires. That sucks. It's always happening. You know, and here I am spawn killing, and it's still expiring half the time. Half the time, it's just not there on first kill, and that's when I want it. And I want it now. So I feel like, you know, when they did that to Obliterate, when I brought it back from 10 seconds to 5 seconds, that really hurt. And then they decreased the damage below its initial starting point before they buffed it. So it got worse and worse. We're like a few steps back. I'm not liking the Heartbreaker buffs. I don't think they're that good. I can't remember exactly what they were, but the problem with the Heartbreaker is that you're pigeonholed into always having to use Technician, really. And then that means there's a lot of weapons that won't work with it. They need to just allow your pulse to happen on hit, regardless of whether you hit them in the head or not. The problem is the headshots. Why can't it just be a pulse on hit? Why does it have to be a headshot? Because if you're using an RPM-based weapon like it wants to, I mean, imagine trying to maintain your pulse with an LMG. Yeah, get real. And I know there's some keyboard champion out there saying like, oh, I do it. Yeah, but you're not paying attention to your meter. You know what I mean? It's not full. Yeah, maybe once it was when you were fighting that Chunga. But against everybody else, you're at like 10%. It doesn't get full. Even with an accurate weapon, you know, you really got to maintain those headshots at a high degree. It's not sustainable. That's its biggest flaw, man. It's such an easy fix. It'll never be fixed. Because that was an obvious one to me. That's kind of obvious. And that was not in the cards when they decided that it needed to be changed, right? It's like, wow, you missed that one? It was a perfect time to address it. And nobody in the PTS probably gave that feedback. Because the PTS is a time to say how cool everything is. That's all the PTS is. It's a hype session. You know what I mean? Everybody's like, oh my god, the Striker is awesome. The Striker buffs aren't a big deal. You know? It wasn't that big of a nerf. I think the developers know that. I think they know the PTS is a root for the one big root for the devs session. What up, gentleman player? Yeah, I mean, it's okay to be positive, you know, to put a positive, be positive about it, or it's, but it's sort of like, you know, maybe some people struggle with looking at things objectively, if that makes sense, you know? That's a real thing, right? That's a real thing. Because I mean, I always find it so strange that, I mean, it's just like anything, of course, but it's, well, how do you polarize, right? Our community is polarized. You know, there's people are like, what are you guys talking about? While you're crying, you know? Why are you guys are whining and complaining? It's like, wow, really? Like, and you're not with us? That's crazy. You're gonna defend it? Like, oh man, like you must be new around here. Right? Audience capture, but don't you think, yeah, I get that, but I think maybe they're missing it too. I don't know. Genuine, I guess, can you sell it? How well can you sell that you're being genuine? I don't buy it though. I mean, with some people that are putting a positive spin out there and it doesn't sound genuine to me. I'm not buying it. Like, I get he's being genuine. I mean, that he's saying positive things about the game, but for me, it doesn't feel genuine. It doesn't feel like he really means it. I feel like I don't know. I feel like I'm seeing through it a little bit. That's me. Who knows? I don't really know. I mean, there's the other side of the thing too, right? Some people, and I'm sure some people even think of me as that way. when I put out these videos where I feel like, you know, I'm just putting out real talk. This is how I think and this is how I feel. I'm not being dramatic for the sake of clicks on the video. I mean, I can flow for hours about it, man. You know what I mean? I can. These are, it's how I feel. If I didn't feel that way, I don't think I'd have that much to say about it. I find I have to bite my lip nowadays. Because I get tired of it too, you know? I do. Like, I'm tired of these complaining about these devs. I am, you know? And, you know, for the people that are like, oh, just, well, then go play something else. Well, I am, you know? But it's not all about me, is it? That's what's funny. Speaking of that, like I got this comment the other day and what was it? Like somebody was saying something. It was a First Descendant on a video over there. Somebody was saying something about like, oh, you're not supposed to have everything, go touch grass. It was one of those to go touch grass comments or whatever, right? It's like, dude, I play video games for a fucking living. It's my job. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm gonna have more hours in the game than your average Joe. You know, it's my fucking job. Like, it's funny, right? You're telling a guy that whose job is to play video games for a living that he needs to go touch grass. It's just kind of weird. Funny. The drone is stuck. And so, yeah, I think that with some channels and with some, you know, content creators, it's kind of like, what do I think? Well, let me tell you what I think. So I think, you know, this is going to be pretty cool and it's going to be da-da-da. And it's, you know, it's really exciting. We have a lot to look forward to. And it's kind of like, well, maybe we don't need to hear what you think. Tell us how it is. You know what I mean? Like, maybe... Is that what you think sometimes seems a little disconnected from reality? Yeah. No, and the reality is like, it's not that this is a bad game or anything like that, or that you should have to talk shit about devs. Nah. You know what I mean? No, not at all. It's not that's not your thing, then, you know, don't be that channel, right? Like, let me grab a name. Like Buzz Lightyear, right? That's what he does. That's his channel. He's a news channel. So he needs, in my opinion, he needs to talk and cover the developers and what they're doing and what, this is the most important part. Not what he thinks, but if he's going to deliver the news as a news channel, and he does deliver, I mean, it's okay to give it your opinion for sure, but it's really important that you give the community's sentiment in your videos, that you deliver that message. This is what the community is saying. They're really upset. Instead of just talking the community into feeling good. That's not your job. That's the developer's job. You know? They're the one, they need to hire a PR rep. You're not their PR rep. That's not our job. Even as a news channel. You know? It's like, even as a news channel, it's just like, your job shouldn't be to talk people into feeling good about the game. You can give your opinion. I like it. I love the changes, but what are you selling? You know? And I think that's why some of these people are getting called out for being full copium shills, right? Is because it's like, oh, why are you trying to sell it? Like, cover how the community feels. Say it. Say it. The community is up in arms. Say it with your mouth. You say it. Recognize it. You know what I mean? You don't have to feel the same way. That's okay. You don't have to feel the same way, but you have to recognize it. You can't pretend it's all good and that everybody's crazy, and you just, you know what I mean? You just can't do that. Well, you can, apparently. Oh, I was gonna say, like, but there's some people, like gamers on YouTube, they just can't stand when somebody talks bad about their game. They can't stand it, you know? Somebody became a hardcore member, but it didn't say a name. And, well, I guess I'll give a shout out anyways.
Did we just become best friends? Welcome to the
Thanks
Players
for joining
Club.
the Player Club. Big Guns, what up? Yeah, some people just can't stand it. But and so this comes up a lot, and it's just like, hey, listen, like I was talking about another game here in a review that I put out, and I was like, look, this is a really young game. I was like, it's really important that the developers get our feedback. It's really important, you know, because we want the game to grow with us, not apart from us, you know, and that's why we give our feedback in a constructive way. You know, very rarely do I put out a video where I'm just ranting about the devs. I try to keep it as constructive as possible. And most of the time I'm not emotionally invested anyways. So it's usually going to come out constructive. But like, and sometimes it's the devs aren't listening, so I have to say, hey, look, the community is pretty upset. Now you know. I just explained why, right? Sometimes that's the message. I don't need to give you any ideas. I just need to let you know the community is upset because you're not paying attention. So we're trying to get their attention. God, look at this person. I mean, I can't even get a shot. She's so crazy. There we go. That was luck. Nailed it. Hey, why don't you have a name? There's no name next to you. Whoever just joined. You're no name. What do we call you? What do we call you? Appreciate you joining the channel, though. But I don't know what to call you. He who shall not be named? Oh, I haven't even checked how many stars I got, huh? Ghost in the Machine. I know we need more emotes. We do. I suck at making them, though. I'm going to be honest with you. I have a hard time with the emotes because they're so small. And I like details. And so if I can't get details in, I feel like I just end up with the same emotes that everybody else has. I struggle with the emotes. I do. I've gone several rounds with them, and a lot of them I didn't publish because I'm like, the details don't show up. And so I try to come up with creative ways to create some to work around that issue, and I just... Because I want them to be representative of our community, you know, like whether they're Tito things or funny things that we say or the division, something, you know. But there are a lot of like really generic ones out there, right? Like lurk and, you know, goats and stuff like that. Like, yeah, I mean, I can get those and I want those, but I want to do them on brand, so to speak, you know, and yeah, I struggle with those. Just buy YouTube and change the system. I would. Your player's name is Division 2. It's Camouflage. Cam. I'll call you Cam. The Cam can. I just lit up over here. Did you see that? What's that light? What is that light? Are you seeing that light? What is that? Damn, is it that light? Just this one lamp is all it is? Floodlight? Damn, that's a serious floodlight, huh? Why have I not? It's really standing out today. Is it not? Like, it feels odd. Maybe it's the atmosphere is picking up the light a lot, but damn. It's a trap. Don't walk into the light. I'm a bug. I'm a mosquito. Can't help it. Let's look at how many stars we've got. This has got to be crazy. 138. Holy shit. Yeah, Kirsty. Yeah. Weird girl with the leukemia is here. Right on, Kirsty. Well, you are welcomed. Yeah, it's still riddled with cheaters. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if riddled is the way, but Cold Boy was playing the other day and he put out a post on Twitter or something. And what was it he said somebody was using? He posted the build, but it was an all yellow like status effect build. I think it was a bile status effect build, and the person, it was obviously cheating because they were untouchable, he said, and he had he had a 12-0 score at the end. That's insane. 12-0. It's like, you're a hell of a player, bro. Do you feel good? You know, some people buy those cheats, right? They pay for them. I win. That was close. I was nervous for a second. Is anybody else surprised that they didn't nerf Determined? Is that blasphemy to say that? I feel dirty. I feel dirty for saying that. But are you surprised? I am. That beady little head. Your 40 million damage head. I mean, Any NPC that's got 40 million, it's a little much. What are we talking about here? We need nerfs. A solo NPC has 40 million in damage. And 18 of that is in his helmet. Fuck you. You know? Nerf my striker backpack. I think they gave up. It's like the Scorpio. I think they meant to nerf the Scorpio a long time ago, but they gave up. And by gave up, I mean they ran out of development time dollars. You know, I think they have a budget and it only allows them to rework a piece of gear so many times and they have to move on. This way. Oh, the rest of these jokers. Fuck, missed. Screw you, tank. That was massive XP. Yeah, exactly, Grumpy. And that's why we have two different versions of Determined, right? Yeah. We have two different versions. So you have the perfect version that does something else. And then just like, fuck it. Moving on. You know. Don't got the time or the patience. I think, like, I think they're not done with their nerfs. I don't think they're done with the nerfs. I just think they haven't gotten to everything. I mean, look at how many. I mean, one of the things I wanted to talk about, but I'm kind of tired of talking about it. But like, really, like from a constructive feedback perspective, like, there's so much they're overlooking again. You know, if like this is going to be a rebalance, like it's a perfect time to go in and fix some of these things that are so broken. I mean, did you guys see that they changed Entrench again? Like, what the fuck? Who gives a fucking shit? You know, if development dollars and time are scarce, quit trying to make Entrench work. Nobody's gonna adopt it. Nobody is. It sucks. And I wish I had bonus armor on my head or armor, I mean, my chest, a better option for it, but it's just not a good place to put it. Again, we're starving for damage. And fucking crush this right from guy. Surprised I haven't gotten rogues today. Yeah, the Sacred Imperium. Oh my God, we never forget. We never forget. Can you believe it? That weapon exists still? I mean, how could they not rework that one? I mean, some of them are just glaring at you, right? They're glaring at you from like this, like, oh my God, you got to fix it. What's another one I was thinking of? Oh, there was one that was. I don't know, but all the talents need to. I mean, it's just an easy thing. Oh, yeah. So they buffed the blind one, the weapon one, where eyeless, isn't that what it's called? Like, I don't even know what it's called because we never use it. No, eyeless. They buffed that, right? Like, it's what a waste of money and effort. Who cares? Nobody cares about eyeless. It's never gonna be something you want to use. Yeah, priorities, right? Like those are the ones you picked? Eyeless? Eyeless. And it kind of makes you wonder, like, what's really behind it? I try to think about it. I try to. And then my head starts to hurt. You know, like, yeah, because it just says, I can't get around this problem. Like, how did they get there? How do you get there? How do you get to the point where you're like, yeah, it's gotta be eyeless. That's the one we gotta work on. We gotta make our choices. Choices are, you know, we gotta make tough choices. So really, we gotta pick what really matters right now. This is an important one for the community. They're counting on this, folks. They're counting on us. Let's go with eyeless. I don't know how you got there. I'm really liking that ongoing directive buff, though. That's gonna be nice. It's really interesting. Speaking of paying attention to the things that they buffed, like they buffed ongoing directive, they buffed negotiator's dilemma, and then they debuffed or nerfed striker. And I know it's just a backpack, but think of that spectrum there, right? What do they have in common? And what separates them categorically? Well, they're all DPS setups. They're all damage orientated. Negotiators, strikers, ongoing directive. 2 of them are team orientated. 1 of them isn't. Well, everything in this game is team orientated, but 2 of them provide more team support than they are just sole DPS. So Striker's the outlier there. You know, it's kind of interesting that they're encouraging more group play in a way. I mean, everything, there's a purpose to everything more than I guess what I'm trying to say is they're more than just nerfing and rebalancing things. They're trying to drive a behavior. I mean, there's no coincidence, right? Yeah, no TP buff. That's a perfect example. Yeah. Or fix that thing. But they're trying to change behavior. There's no coincidence that they picked every weapon that's a favorite. Not all the favorites were the strongest, right? The St. Elmo's wasn't the strongest. As of last season, the F2000 outperformed it on paper. And probably some other guns too, I don't remember. but it wasn't the strongest. But they nerfed it anyways. How does that happen? I think that it's because they're trying to change behavior. It's that it's used too much, right? And so that's why in my video, when I covered this, that's why I was very intentional about my words. You know, that they picked the community favorites and they nerfed those. So it's not that they were overpowered. It's not that they were making the game trivial. It's that they were popular. That's why they nerfed them. So why? Because they want to be mean? No, I don't believe that. Because they want to change behavior. And so, and then if you start breaking into that a little bit more, well, you know, and looking at, like, for example, these 3 gear sets that they're adjusting, well, 2 of them that they buffed are team and group orientated, or they're best in that situation. I mean, we don't even really compare DPS wise, like an ongoing directive build with the striker build. It doesn't make sense. And same with True Patriot. Like, I wouldn't compare True Patriot with striker. Why would you do that? True Patriot's for a group. It's built in with group benefits. It's obviously going to be less DPS than one that is a solo DPS setup with no group benefits. It's made to be stronger. By definition, they defined it to be less DPS. You don't need to compare them. It's written in stone. So yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's interesting. Interesting weird that there's a pattern. You know, I'm like, which one's the strongest? I think that I don't think anything's really shifting that much. I mean, I haven't overanalyzed anything like so far, but just glancing through, you kind of get a feel for things after playing this game for so long, right? And you know, maybe one weapon is all of a sudden better DPS than the other one on paper, but from my years of experience playing this game, I can tell you that it takes major swings in this game to really shift things from how it actually plays out in the game, you know? And so, but some people like to know what is the official strongest weapon on paper so that they know that they're running the strongest possible version. But in this game, it doesn't really matter. Like, you can run the strongest one or you can run the 10th strongest one, and the results are going to be the same. Like, I did just an example, a test with the tactical vector versus the Ouroboros. So the tactical vector is a very small mag, a high RPM vector, known for its better DPS, but it's nowhere near, well, I don't want to say nowhere near, but it's not as good. It's as the, I don't know, it's probably like 5th place compared to the Ouroboros. It's something like that. Don't quote me on that exactly, but it's somewhere down there. So it's really good, but the Ouroboros is like way better on paper. But when you use it, your results are the same. And so even on Legendary and Team Setup, I ran it and I came out with the same with a bunch of randos. as you know, the number of stats in the end, number of kills and total damage, and approximate amount of time it took to clear the content in Legendary. And that it was the same with the Ouroboros or with the tactical vector, and the Ouroboros is godly, right? It's a very good weapon. And it feels good and it feels great, but when it comes to performance, at the end of the day, like, it doesn't really shift that much. It takes a lot, you know. That's how strong the enemies are, basically, is what I'm saying, you know. They're really strong. It takes a lot to move the needle. And so with the changes that from looking from the outside or on paper, looking at all the changes, I mean, that one to the Ouroboros is probably as bad as it could be. It's still going to be a good gun, though. And I truly do think the devs, that's in their heart, they want it to be a good gun. It's just that their definition of a good gun can be very different from ours. We've seen that in the past, and that's why they have a reputation for nerfing things to the ground, is what we say. Because they'll be like, well, you can't nerf it that much. Nobody's going to use it. You don't, you know, nobody's going to use it. There's no reason to use it anymore. We want that separation, right? We want it to have a cause. And I feel like the Ouroboros might have lost its cause. Not so much because they nerfed the damage, but because that's all I had going for it, really. Because when you use it in heroic solo, the tactical vector, the results were the same. It took me the same amount of time to clear the content. Like, I couldn't really tell the time the difference, but the Ouroboros felt better from a reload perspective. So that was nice, but that's all it ended up being, was just nice. At the end of the day, it performed, I performed the same. And that's because the user is always going to outperform the build. That's why there is no perfect build. If so, then everybody would be running it. And that's not why everybody was running Striker. There's a lot of reasons why people were running Striker, I think. It's easy to use. It's simple. It's point and shoot. You didn't have to think about anything. And it was strong. Oh, God, another big 40 million damage dude. If you're farming 13% protection from lates, today would be your day. Yeah, so I don't think there's going to be major shifts. I think, you know, on paper, there might be like a couple of, one might topple the other one, but I think the one that might really get hurt, well, there's two. Okay, I think, I got to say the St. Elmo's is probably pretty darn. I think that one's going to hurt in the butt too, man. Oh, I'm using, what up, Whitey? I'm using the 1886, and it's getting a buff next season. That's why I'm running it, because I wanted to talk about it. It's my favorite rifle in the game. It's getting a buff, and so is the M1A. Yeah, this is like walking around with an elephant gun. So I'll show it to you. Hold on, if I can figure out how to open my, there we go. This guy. Yeah, so they're giving it a bigger mag next season, and higher damage. I'm running determined on it. It's basically a sniper rifle. I wish I could put a scope on it. Yeah, so the St. Elmo's is probably gonna hurt, man. Oh. Because why was I running it? I mean, I like the M4 series. Or LBOAC, I guess, too. You can call it that. Depends on what side are you on? But yeah, man. I mean, the mods, even the handling mod. I mean, they nerfed the handling mod. Ah, you fucker. Yeah, that and the Ouroboros, I think, are probably the ones that hurt the most. Everything else is probably, well, I mean, the Scorpio as a primary does too. But I think as a team support weapon, it'll probably still persist because there's nothing else. Because they took away the lefty. That was its only competition. Stupid what they did to the lefty. Just a shotgun that debuffed the enemy so you got more amp damage. I'm sorry, was that being abused or something? I mean, we were barely clearing the incursion with that thing, right? Is it the sledgehammer? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Which one's the sledgehammer? Ooh, wait, Godworld crit mod. The White Tusk have good lawyers. Yep, they do. Pipster in the house. Yeah, I used to run the Chameleon too a lot, Kirsty. A lot. It's a pretty fun gun. Best SMG in the game. That triggers people when I say that. Are you one of them? Hey, that's not an SMG. Checking all the mods because there's a 13%. I'm sure we've already run by it, a few of them. This zone does drop them. Oh, good job, Grumpy. Good guy. Good eye. The Pestilence got a buff, huh? Little RPM lift. That's actually a good, I like that LMG variant. Yeah, Fast Hands was good, man. Can you believe? I couldn't believe they nerfed it. There was nothing wrong with that. It's slept on. That's a really good question, Hitman. I was actually just thinking about that. The Chatterbox. The Chatterbox always has its moment in the sun. And I say moment. Did it need a buff? Absolutely. People were saying it didn't. They were surprised that it got it. It totally needs a buff. So the last time they buffed it was last season through the what do you call it? Special Project Resolve. And everybody was like, oh my god, it's the new best thing since the bee's knees were discovered. Whatever. And so, you know, we gave it a try. And it was just like, no, it's not it, man. And we came up with some builds and we got it to, we really had to work to get it to work. It basically, oh God, there was another weapon that's the opposite. Oh, it's the opposite of the Lady Death. So why don't you see a lot of PvE players using the Lady Death? It's a great gun, arguably one of the best SMGs in the game, and it got a buff also. So they're the same season got a buff. That was last season, right? Or this season? I don't even remember. This season or last season, it's all the same. Long ass 4-month seasons. You lose track. But so why isn't everybody running the Lady Death SMG, right? It's amp damage, it's crazy. It makes you faster. It's a great SMG. It's because it's not suitable for the content. I've kind of narrowed it down to this. So when we're in the Division 2, especially in the open world stuff, about half the time you're engaging with like onesie, twosie enemies, maybe if you're lucky, 3. The Lady Death is great for those fights. It's great. It's got a small mag and it hits really hard. Not a heck of a lot of reloading in that situation. Looks great. But what about the other half of the time? Yeah, well, the other half of the time, you're dealing with spawns that are coming out like 5 or 6 guys. And the Lady Death sucks there. You just got not a lot of sustainability out of that weapon, right? You're kind of like reloading all the time and it just doesn't feel good. And then you get pinned down because you're reloading all the time, or you run out of amp damage. And then you get pinned down and then you can't get more amp damage because you're pinned down. You have to move. So, and you get pinned down all the time. I mean, like, how often am I move behind cover? So I play run and gun. I'm out of cover all the time with this build. This is shieldless build. But we're not really paying attention to how much time I go behind cover. But it's a lot. And when you're running the Lady Death, you notice it more because you lose your damage when it happens. So all of a sudden you notice it. And so basically, whatever people want to call it, the content dictates the weapon more than anything, and whether it's actually going to be good. And so the Chatterbox always has that issue. Every time it's touched, it's like it's the new best gun in the game. Everybody's like, oh my god, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be, but then they use it in the situation, and then everybody's using it for like a week, and then everybody stops using it. Why doesn't it persist? Because the reality is that the content is just not suitable for the content. Half the time it is. And then the other half of the time, it feels fucking horrible. When it's at its 700 RPM or whatever it is, it feels horrible. And sometimes you get lucky and you can maintain it, and there's even masters out there that's the only gun that they use, and they'll mention it in the comment section that, oh, just get good. You know what I mean? Like, I never have that problem, you know, it's like, okay, well, okay, that's you, man. But the rest of us normal humans, you know, there's always that dude, right? I like calling him out. But yeah, no, but yeah, some people do master weapons and they figure out all the tricks, but some people say it's just not worth it. There's another SMG here. I don't have to work so hard to get it to work. And so, yeah, the SMG is awesome when you're standing in front of a door and there's 6 or 7 enemies there. But when you're not doing that and you're running around catching 2 or 3 guys, what ends up happening is that there's not enough damage or mag size to keep you from eventually having to manually reload when you're in front of a minimum quantity of enemies. And so you end up at your lowest RPM half the time is what I estimated at. And so that's why I say it's like the opposite of the Lady Death. So Lady Death, half the time, it's awesome because it's great against the smaller groups. And then the Chatterbox, half the time, it's awesome because it's great against the bigger groups. So they complement each other. But yeah, it'll never be. Well, I shouldn't say never. What I'm hoping is that they gave it so much damage that that problem can be fixed. Because if they do give it enough damage, that problem could be fixed. It is a damage thing. It's that you have enough damage to kill those 3 enemies without having to reload. And when you're playing solo heroic, even in solo heroic, that 3 elite enemies require more mags than that 50% reload is going to give you back. And so, and because you miss some shots or you hit non-criticals or more body shots than headshots. Oh, there's a combination of things that mean you're going to get a reload in there. And that reload is going to happen with 1 or 2 enemies or 0 enemies. And you're in a shitty situation. So what do? Well, that means you got to go in front of a group of enemies with your pants down and then bend over and reload. That's what's going to happen, right? Always a risk. Can you do it? For sure. We do. We all do. But it's a risk. And you're technically decreasing your time to kill. So all of that DPS you won, you gain from doing the reload such a thing, hack, cheese, right? Basically, it's a cheese. So you cheese to get the reload so that you can get better DPS or time to kill. And then the reality is if you take into time the pause and reload situation that you did to get it, well, you pretty much nullified the advantage of the gun. So it shines when it shines, you know what I mean? But that's about it, and that's why it's kind of gimmicky. Is maybe the best way to just put it. The enemies are way too strong for it. Way too strong. Now take that situation and apply it to 4-man team and heroic and open world. Now what? That situation just got way fucking worse. Way worse. You're reloading way too much and you're never gonna maintain, and you're never gonna have the damage to maintain, you know? Well, you are sometimes, but it gets worse. So yeah, I don't know if they can achieve the damage lift that it would take. You see that glitch? It might require more buff than they would allow to fix that problem. So it might always be a gimmicky weapon that performs best in solo gameplay. Which is sad because it's a pretty cool concept. One of the original OG weapons that did work better in early game before the enemy was like tuned up and then tuned up again. Oh, these caches are crazy. It's crazy to see that drop in caches at the end. Yeah, I thought it was weird that they did things too, by the way. Like, Alp Summit got a nerf. Like, what? Murakami got a nerf. I think the AI is meaner on console. Because they make it really hard to land your shots because the way they move and the way they dance and the hit scan system. But why it looks like that, I get. Like, because it's the build. I say that about this build a lot. Like, be careful how much you use it. It does trivialize the game. Like, I don't use this build a lot. Only when I'm XP farming. Because it makes the game so easy that you would be bored if you use this build. It's so powerful, you would be bored. That's not a good thing. So, I mean, I get bored with it, but it's because it's really powerful. And in all ways, Hunter's Fury does a lot for you, right? And we got armor regen. We got 30% armor on kill. 30. 20 there, 10 there. And then we get 60% bonus armor on kill. I got protection from elites. It's nuts. It's nuts. But yeah, it makes the game extremely boring. It really does. I mean, so first of all, I don't call this a new player XP farm build because there's mechanics and they seem so easy for us because we've been doing it forever. But it can be confusing for a new player. There's situations where it doesn't work and and a new player might struggle figuring out why. Like, why did I lose my buff? Well, it's because you hit a guy with a helmet or you shot the turret, you know? Like, I'm avoiding those guys, you know? But it does make the game easy, right? So and it's not the only build that does that. There's some other builds that do that too. Like hotshot builds will make it look pretty damn easy too. Determined itself makes things pretty damn easy, right? And then being able to run Determined on a rifle is amazing. I mean, imagine getting it on a shotgun. Shit. Yeah, and that's part of the survivability, Kane. Like, that's the biggest thing that Determined does. Is that it brings a ton of survivability because I can shoot first and kill first. Because, I mean, look, I'm running 1.9 million in armor, and then I get crazy bonus armor. I mean, I'm probably running around, what, like 5-6 million in armor out there? Easy. Easy. And that's nothing. Nothing. And I got armor regen like crazy. I mean, it's nothing. They can wipe that in a second, man. They can wipe it in a second. You know what I mean? Couple of bullets, a riot foam, and stagger. Riot foam is your worst nightmare in this game. They hold you still, it's done. You're done, right? What's my regen, by the way? So 581 regular armor on kill, 60,000 in regen, and then 1.8 million in bonus armor from a single trophy, something like that. Something like that. So it's crazy survivability, but the real game changer was when they added Determined, because it's like the biggest increase in time to kill for a one-shot kill build you could possibly do. That and reloads. And that's why in Golden Bullet it's even stronger, because you don't have to reload. So two things, right? So both of those are aligning with Golden Bullet. But Determined, man. So because I don't even have to aim for the head, I can go center mass and kill everything with a single shot. That makes I can run around shieldless all I want, you know? As long as I shoot first and kill first and just always be moving, you know? And the enemies are accurate, but I got armor on kill and I got bonus armor to handle that. You know what I mean? So I take damage and I'm cool with it. I accept it, right? And the only reason why I don't want to take damage is because I won't land shots because of the the body flinching. The body flinching keeps me from being accurate. And so you're like, well, you're going center mass. It's not that big of a deal. Oh yeah, it is. Determined doesn't fix that. It's insane. Body flinch is so bad in this game. I could be shooting a guy standing right in front of me, square in the chest, and miss every shot. Every single one. He's standing right in front of me. That's how bad bullet flinch is. You know, it's fucked up. It pisses me off. But yeah. So yeah, it makes... Determined is a big part of that, you know. It's not the NPCs, it's determined. You know what I mean? It allows me to shoot first, kill first, and that just gives me a lot of survivability. And and the reason why is increases my time to kill is because I don't have to aim for the head. I can go center mass. But new players can struggle with it because when it resets, they don't understand why, or they might not know how to ensure that they maintain their headhunter buff all the way or maximum uptime. And that's the management of the build. That's the true trick to it. And so for here's a good example. Like when the boss comes out, I save him for last because he's going to require more than one shot. And so if I choose him first, then I'm going to have to reactivate my headhunter, which slows me down. And maybe that makes me vulnerable. And so by saving them for last, that's a trick to ensure maximum uptime on my headhunter's chest piece. And some new players might not realize that. They see the boss, it's time to take him out, you know. Really? Fuck, I caught on fire twice. Whoever does my laundry needs to stop using kerosene instead of water. Fuck you. Oh, it's bulletproof backpack. Status effects, you see what just happened there? I mean, we were just talking about that, right? Got shit tons of armor and it might as well not. It's because of the other things, right? It's not as simple as the enemies shooting you. I mean, they're always throwing grenades at you. Those fire grenades. They're constantly tossing those things out. And then the riot foam. There's all sorts of things like that. So they burn you, riot foam you, and then focus fire on you. And then they never miss a shot and never have to reload. Yeah, NPCs are mean in this game. Yeah, so it's that, and you know, I've been playing forever. You know, that can make it look easy too, right? I think Jack Reacher said it really well. Is that, you know, training and discipline can make you look really smart. He said something like that. Probably fucked up the quote, but it can make you look really smart. Or in this game, reps can make you look really good. It can make you look like a really good player. But the reality is that you just have everything memorized. I know all the possible spawn points, right? So there's gonna be there, over there, or back there. And so I'm always on the lookout or try to be in position for the next spawn. I'm talking about second wave. So it's, you know, gets you in position to spawn kill. And when you're spawn killing, that's greater survivability. And when you're surviving that much, standing in front of a spawn door, killing everybody with a single shot, you look like, or you make the game look easy. And then A new player comes in and be like, oh, okay, I put together a 4-piece Hunter's Fury around 1886, and I'm dying all the time. All right? It's just like, yeah. And we don't talk about that a lot in videos, just because I feel like we have, and I don't want to have to say that in every video. You know what I mean? So like, but yeah, you know, I used to say that in all my videos. Like, I know this, I make it look, I said it in different words, but I had a spiel saying like, hey, you know, these builds take practice, and, you know, I can't remember what my spiel was. It was a while ago. Early channel days. But yeah, I was basically saying that, like, oh yeah, it was, I would go on about situational awareness. It was like, situational awareness is key to your survival with this build. I would add that in there. Like, you have to be aware, and we make it look really easy when you've been playing the game for as long as we have, because we know where the spawns are, you know. But if you're newer to the game, the reality is that you need to hunker down and cover more than we are. And so that's what's funny. People are, you know, it's kind of going back to the nerfs and community feedback. Some people are like, you know, it's that comment is funny when people say, you know what, you want the game to be easy? Well, no. I mean, it's just such a, what do you call that when people like comment like with that kind of shit? It's just like, it's super trolly, whatever it is. It's like, of course not. Yeah, I want it to be easy. I'm not good. You know, nobody ever thinks that. I'm not good, I want it to be easy, you know? If they thought that, they would have stopped playing the Division 2. They left. They do. There are people that aren't good at this game, and they leave because it sucks. The game, and it's not that they're not good at it, as much as, like, the game is just, like, so tanky. It's just not their style, you know? And they don't want it to be either. Like, oh, wow, that game had a lot of potential. It looked fun on the surface, but man, they're so tanky. I wasn't having fun. I felt like I was getting my ass kicked. Yeah, that's welcome to the Division 2. That's the point of the game. That is the point of the game. You're supposed to be feeling like you're getting your ass kicked. It's a one man versus the million. Excuse me. But it's funny when people come on, you know, the comment section and says, oh, what? You want the game to be easy? Well, yeah, no. Yeah, right, we could do that. We can change the game to normal. I mean, we can cope, right? Totally. Good point, Nostalgic. Straw man argument, is that what that is called? Is that the term for that, Grumpy? I trust you know the term for that. You're good with your vocab. Straw man argument. Stupid. It's a stupid and it's mean. It's mean and it's stupid. You know what I mean? I think it's both those things. They're basically being assholes, right? They know they're being assholes too. It's just a stupid, mean comment. Of course, nobody's gonna be like, it's rhetorical, right? Nobody's answering yes. They're starting a fight with that comment. It's fucked up, right? That's a fucked up comment. You're starting a fight. You know, we're over here giving our feedback, whoever it is, you know, we're over here giving our feedback, not just complaining to complain. We're giving feedback, and you're over here trying to start a fight. What, you want it to be easy? It's like, oh man, like, you could give your opinion. You know, you could say, well, you know, and I get different communication styles, so, you know, not gonna tell people how to talk, but there are other ways to say, to get to the point that they're trying to get. Like, hey, look, if they don't buff, or if they don't nerf these things, the game eventually becomes too easy, and then people can get bored, you know? And so they're looking out for the longevity of the game, right? There's other ways to say the same thing, right? And be respectful. it's kind of being really disrespectful without being disrespectful. Oh, Whiskey. Thanks for that gift. Congrats to Zombie. So I think that, like, where is I going with that statement? It's about whether we want the game to be easy or not. I mean, we don't. Oh, yeah. But for us longtime players, it's like, it is easy. It is. It's already easy. But it's not. You know what I mean? Again, so it's easy. It just goes back to that statement about what I said about Jack Reacher, and it was his quote. He said something like, you know, good training can make somebody look smart, you know, and repetition can make the game look easy. That's what I'm saying. That's the quote. Repetition makes the game look easy because we memorized it. We know everything. And so it makes the game look easy. It's not the builds. It's not the gun. It's not the gear. Because again, put this on a newbie, put the same exact build on a new player. Well, some are more skilled than others, of course, but just generally. And they're not going to survive like I am. You know, how did I know that these guys were? Do you see what just happened? I got to this door, right? And I'm not bragging or anything. I'm just saying, like, this is a habit. Like, I'm sitting here talking to you, and I got to where I needed to be, like muscle memory, right? Like I wasn't even thinking about it, but I knew where I needed to be. I knew I needed to work up those stairs. I knew I needed to be at that door by the time I killed that one NPC that was going to trigger the next wave. There's a trigger. There's always a trigger. Sometimes it's a line in the sand, an emission, and sometimes it's an enemy, and sometimes it's a clock. And then you have that memorized, like in District Union Arena. It's a line, right? Once you go inside the doors, if you cross that one little imaginary line, all of a sudden the next wave comes out. So, you know, with the first wave, it's an NPC. It's the purple grenadier. If you kill him at a certain stage, then it's going to trigger the next helicopter wave. If you kill him too early, then it'll put it on a clock. There's a default system somewhere. I don't know exactly how it works, but I know that. Save the purple guy for last. If I want to control the waves. By controlling the waves, I give myself an advantage. An enemy that knows the future cannot lose. That's Edge of Tomorrow. It's a Tom Cruise quote. Well, sort of. I think it was more Emily Blunt, but... yeah, and so that's why the game looks easy. And then the problem is that here's the thing, right? Like, it's an interesting dynamic because then the devs come through and nerf it, and you'll be like, oh, you know, it's a YouTuber's fault. It's not. The game is old. There's a lot of veteran players. We're all like this, you know? Not all of us, but some of us play more than others. So, but there's a lot of people like this. The game is what you'd call matured. It gets to a point, like a critical mass, where a lot of players are really good at it because they memorized it through reps. Well, this is true Patriot gear. We should be collecting this shit. You can't craft it. But I'm not going to stop to look at this shit. Yeah. And so when I complain about the nerfs, like I don't really care on most of them, but I do care about the Ouroboros and the St. Elmo's because I think they nerfed those into the ground. I'll have to figure it out. I mean, I still might use the St. Elmo's because that shock maybe will come in handy, maybe, or because I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the downside about the FAL is I think it's got a small mag. I think it's 40 rounds. The new one, the Strega, it might be 40 rounds. But I've never liked that about the FAL. It feels pretty good, except the reloading doesn't. Oh, that's cool if they change the spawn locations. But yeah, they'll just be memorized again, right? You know, won't take too long. I mean, how long did it take us to memorize the incursion? Just an example. And it doesn't bother me. But my point is like when somebody says, do you want the game to be easier? I say yes. The answer is yes, officially. I do. I do want it to be easier. Not for me. It's already easy. And hard. And so the reason why I say it that way, and the reason why I always back it up with and it's hard, is because I can put myself, I can imagine being a new player. Like when we played Tidal Basin, you know, for example, and it's a 4-man group, Tidal Basin Legendary, I'm like, man, no way. You know, I feel bad for new players trying to play this. This is fucking hard. You know, like it's hard, and you're random matchmaking, and it takes you so long to get to a certain point, and then you wipe. Oh, that's a horrible feeling, you know? I feel bad for people. That's a hard mission. I like tough content, but not everybody has that kind of endurance, and they're not attracting people with that kind of endurance. You know, like hardcore people, they're trying to go for more casuals. And so you have this invitation to casuals, and then at the same time you have content that would discourage them from enjoying it. And so yeah, they're not gonna like the nerfs. They need things to go the other way. Slumdog Millionaire. Yeah, totally, Brooks. The answer is no, Slumdog, and the answer is yes. For one, it always comes down to what content you're playing and who you're shooting. But yeah, so Grumpy's right. Yeah, the answer is yeah. And then no. So if you notice, I'm using a mechanic. I can just show you. I mean, I'm running the 1886 and Headhunter. It's exactly what I'm running. Right? I got 17% expertise on mine. I got 150% headshot damage. And I've nerfed the build, but I mean, I haven't nerfed it, but I've purposely rebalanced it because it's so strong. So, but like Grumpy is saying, you can't just walk up to an elite and one-shot him. It won't do it. And so in order to give yourself the ability to do that, you have to earn it. And you earn it through a series of mechanics, which are pretty easy. And I'll do them for you right here. So with this one, I'm running Hunter's Fury, so I got to be within range. But notice I switched weapons. So I'm going to my TAC 50. I first get my headshot here. Boom. Then I switch to my 1886. Now I got my rifle. Get my other headshot. And now I can. Notice I did that. So I one-shotted an elite. And now I can one-shot everybody. And I don't have to be in cover anymore because my time to kill is extremely fast. Which is determined. You don't have to run determined. You can still, as a matter of fact, you can still do the same style of gameplay without determined. It just one more level up towards your survivability. But I used to run preservation. But you don't really need the armor regen or armor on kill. So I was glad to replace it with determined, but I'm okay also just going with just to the headshots, 100% headshots. I'm okay with that. This is faster though. But I don't have anything else to run. You know, so might as well take determined. Because I can do armor on kill. I can also do more repair skills. I can run future initiative. Or is that what it's called? Future, the one that gives you skill tiers. But I don't need any of that stuff. I mean, it's all a little bit helpful, but with maximum impact, it's gonna be determined. But yeah, so now I'm able to maintain it and just go from there. Of course, we're running the golden bullet buff, but it's without the golden bullet buff, the results will be the same. The only thing the golden bullet buff is doing for me, besides the free reloads, is it's allowing me to one-shot a few more bosses. You're either one-shotting bosses or you're not. No, there's a few bosses that you can because they're a little glassier. But most bosses are going to require more than one shot with the 1886. But you can just also just switch over to your nemesis. That's what I do. The number you're looking for, so you know, is 10 million. So you need to have 10 million in damage to one-shot elites. And that's what you're going to encounter most. There's 3 elites right there. So yeah, you're going to encounter a lot of elites in solo heroic endgame stuff. I mean, that's a whole fucking spawn of elites right there. Now this dude, there's no way I'm going to one-shot him. Nothing can. I mean, he's 40 million. Nothing can. 18 is the helmet. It's always going to make you do a minimum of 2 shots. Minimum. Even when golden bullet, it's 2 shots minimum. I'm not sure if it can be okay, what the helmet is no matter what, the helmet's got to break. If you're gonna try to, you can go for a body shot. You can body shot him and just say fuck the helmet, but determined isn't gonna let you do that. I'm not sure if you can one-shot him. I mean, the nemesis has enough damage to do it. You'd have to have a full stack and then hit him in the body. Would that happen? Could that happen? You have to clear 40 million to the body. Yeah, I guess it could. Yeah, without golden bullet. Yeah, 10 million for sure. This build hits more than 10 million, and then I've given it all of this armor because I don't need it to. So the solo heroic 10 million is the number you're looking for, and not on your first shot. You need that 10 million to come out of your TAC 50 or your nemesis. On your second shot, you need it to come out of your 1886, which it should, as long as you stick to those parameters. The what we don't know is the rest of your build. Did you say? Because it, like, you can't just go put on a build. You know this, I know, but you can't just go take a build and put on a bunch of armor and have 150% headshot damage and it's gonna work. The reason why this works is because Hunter's Fury is giving me amplified damage, so that's helping. Without Hunter's Fury, I mean, I could do it with the tip of spear. That'll do it. Without Hunter's Fury, there's lots of builds that can do it, you know, but Hunter's Fury allows me to fill in the gaps without sacrificing damage on my build. And those gaps I'm talking about is armor on kill. You got to have something, right? I mean, you don't have to. I guess you can always play in cover. You can. And then just rely on your armor kits. Nothing wrong with that. But I need armor on kill for the way I play. And so Hunter's Fury gives me the damage and the armor on kill, and then allows me to run all of that armor because it's so strong in combination with the rifle. You know, but you can run, I see people put together the 1886 Headhunter combo, and then they'll run an all red Providence build, whatever. Fox's prayer knee pads. It's like, wow, you don't need to do that. You know, you don't need to put yourself through that pain. You're not picking up much advantage by doing that. Maybe you can one-shot more bosses, you know, but you're only going to encounter 2 of those for every 50 enemies, or 1 for 25. So it's not that important to one-shot a boss. It's okay to just put 2 shots into him. That's okay. You know, but you know, if you want to one-shot everything, including bosses, hey, there you go. Just be aware, you know. Thanks, Jetsam. And which is better? Well, playstyle determines that. So if you're always playing from cover, then yeah, you don't need bonus armor as much, or armor on kill. I mean, 20% all in on armor on kill is fine. 10% will work too. You just need to stay in the fight. You don't need to be at full armor through the fight, right? We all do that. I'm guilty of that too. But you don't have to be at full armor. But there's that thing. Oh my God, I'm down to 50% of my armor. I better use an armor kit. No, you don't need to. You're in cover, you know. You got a lot more forgiveness because you're in cover to be playing low on armor. And a lot of the gear is designed that way with that in mind, actually. I think Clutch is one of those. The one we were talking about earlier, Entrenched. Like the values are actually really smart. One of the things I don't really like about Entrench is I think it has a cooldown on it. It's something like that. Something's really annoying about it. It's like, really? Like, I don't think we need that. But if you notice, like, we used to talk about this a lot on the channel, but there's something called player confidence, and it changes depending on where your armor is. And from my observations, bonus armor gives players more confidence than repairs. And so that's why I came up with the wingman builds. And so the wingman builds are these builds that give or buff your teammates, and in many ways, but one of the main ways that I try to incorporate is bonus armor, because I found that our healer builds are very strong and effective in what they do, but they're too overpowered on the heals, and no content really requires that. They're designed, our healer builds at the current state, the meta ones, are designed for 8-man raids, and people are running that for 4-man legendary. You know, they got too much heal, and they're not using it enough, and so it'll end up being a crutch, you know. But more importantly, it doesn't really change player behavior. So what you'll find is like a dramatic difference in behavior from somebody with heals versus bonus armor. So when somebody has heals, you'll see that they'll stay in cover, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it's just it's a change of confidence. They stay in cover and they stay in those heals. They stay in that zone. It's good if you want to keep the people together. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that in many scenarios. But from a confidence perspective, they're like, oh, well, it's reactionary, right? Like, I'm only going to get that buff. It's a buff. I'm only going to get it if I'm hurt. And it's not going to make me godly. It's going to bring me back to status quo. It's going to bring me back to my armor's max armor limit, which, let's just say it's 1,000,000 for easy numbers. So it'll bring me back to 1,000,000, but so I got an unlimited armor pool. Go from 1,000,000 to 0, 1,000,000 to 0, 1,000,000 to 0, you know, many times as I want, because he's got good heals. So that's great. So I have that confidence that I'm always gonna have backup. But bonus armor gets them out there. It changes the level of aggressiveness the other way. You'll see them pushing on enemies, taking more strategic control points. And I don't mean like actual control points, I mean zones, right? They'll take a zone that's critical to completing the mission. For example, the garage in District Union Arena, no matter how many times you've played it, is always a pain in the ass. Right? It's hard, that garage. And you give people bonus armor, and now they're rushing the doors. They're spawn killing the healers, the medics, the healer trap guys, healing technicians. Before they drop their heals, you'll see all sorts of positive behavior and aggressiveness. And with Legendary, I have found, obviously, coordination and skill come with this, but the more aggressive you are, keeping them on their heels, then you actually have more success. But not everybody can. It requires all players to be on the same page. Because if you're up there alone being aggressive, you're probably going to die and nobody's going to be able to pick you up. So it kind of, not always, but it depends. But if you're with a team that's watching your back, then it'll work out. Yeah, so bonus armor is interesting. Steve Lazy, thanks for resubbing. Oh, thanks, Robert. I like what I do too, man. To be honest with you. I mean, when it comes to Division shit, man, like, I can talk about the Division. I mean, that's probably why, a lot of people say I talk too much. It's like, I got a lot to say about this game, man. In every facet, right? We could talk about raids. We could talk about devs. We could talk about Ubisoft. Builds. Man, it's like, it's crazy. It's crazy. We got a lot to talk about. It's fun. You could probably hear about my passion about this game and my voice, but the fact that I talk a lot about any subject we talk about. You know, I surprise myself sometimes. You know, like even in this stream where I'll forget what I'm saying because I start going down a different road in this conversation. Right? We're talking about something and going deep on that subject, and all of a sudden I take a left turn and start talking about something else. And then I pause for a minute. You'll hear me pause. And I was like, what were we talking about? That's what I'm doing. I'm like, where were we going with this statement? I need to go back to what I was originally talking about because we started talking about something else that was interesting too. And then that took an hour. We went down that road for an hour. 5'11" with headshot damage and weapon handling and focus. That's about as good as 5'11" can get. No, not really. You'd want crits there. Still farming for the perfect 5'11" build. Yeah, sometimes I have terrible advice. We're all guilty of that. I try to keep it reasonable. Try to limit how much bad advice I give you on a daily basis. Small doses. Small doses. So you don't notice. Like putting rat poison on your cookies. Calling it powdered sugar. Flowers in the attic. The grandma did that to the kids, remember? You guys ever see that movie? That was a crazy one. And then they came out with like a series. Like my wife and I watched the whole series. There was like not a TV series, but they came out with sequels. There was like 3 of them, I think. Like the brother and sister got like played husband and wife. They were in a serious relationship. We're pretending to be the mom and dad of the remaining child's brother sibling. I mean, that's crazy. How many stars do you think we have now? 209. That's crazy. In a single day, I've been streaming for 3 hours. In 3 hours, we've gotten 209. And that's just casually playing, man. We're just talking it up, running laps. Not even trying hard. Not even trying hard. Wow. I'm sure we've reaped this through this. Yep. That's incredible. They need to do this more. You know? What is it doing? What's the behavior that's happening, right? We talk about that. We were talking about that earlier, you know? I mean, I hope they're fucking paying attention for their own sake, right? That's amazing. I mean, there's probably people clocking in and spending massive hours in the game this weekend. I mean, in a single weekend, you can get your watch to 1,000, no problem. 3 days? For sure. Max your watch out. Max watch is 2,000 to get your health, but who gives a shit? Go for 1,000. Let the rest come. Oh, thanks, 6. Brave guy hit with an upgrade. Good job, Brave. I haven't seen any hunters today or rogues. That's weird. I mean, for as many laps as we've done, I haven't seen any rogues. That's weird. Think they took him out of the game? One thing I would recommend, actually, like if you really are taking your XP serious, is just do everything that's in your path. Like this shit, so easy. I mean, this is easy XP. Don't just do control points. That's just the way I do it. But like zonal, I call it zone farming. Like it's one of the best ways of farming the game. It's actually I would probably venture and say it's the best. Subject to debate for sure, but I just do control points because for one, at least in the first round, you get to open up the cache in the back, and it's basically a little mini loot cave back there, right? But also the bosses drop named gear, and you also get the chance for exotics and exotic components from those things too. And so resources, mostly. More gear, more resources. But, the other way to farm, of course, which is really efficient. Oh, that glitch almost got me killed. He was immune at first. Is, what do you call them? Public executions. God damn, so fast. The problem with public executions is that this is my problem. Damn. I mean, that right there, okay? That's why they shouldn't nerf things. The fact that you can hit an NPC in the head with an 1886, and she's a glassy NPC. That's like one of the lightest weight NPCs ever. And she's still going. That's like, come on. But yeah, I don't know. Zonal farming is really good, man, because you're getting the control points too. You're getting the variety of gear and the activities. But what I was going to say about the what do you call them? The public executions is that you're doing more running around and looking for public executions than fighting, because the fights don't last very long. And so I want to play too if I can. So that's the me problem part, is what I'm saying. Like, if I can get my XP and eat my cake too, then that's what I'm going to do. Even if I lose, 1 level an hour, or something. But it just turns out, and I've done these tests thoroughly, and I've done it with my play style and with my data and my what I believe to be best zones to farm, which are true sun farms, the best zones to farm. Because if you're gonna run directives, they got the best directives. What I mean is the ammo type that they can have, the special ammo. Like the hyenas can really fuck you up. And same with the tusk. You know, they'll disable your skills, blah, blah, blah. If you need that stuff. Anyways. Oh, wait, did we get our XP? No, we almost ran by it. So zonal farming is like everything, you know, and I've tested zonal farming against control points, against public executions, and I got the same XP on all of them. They came out the same. And I did it in heroic with 4 directives, with 5 directives, and challenging with 4 directives and 5 directives, and it's the same. It's the same. And the devs ensured that, by the way. It's no fucking coincidence. You know, they didn't want there to be an XP farm. They don't want there to be. I don't get that. Why can't we have an XP farm? Why is that illegal? It's not an exploit. It's what we want. It should be a feature, like in every other fucking game. You know, just that's the way they do it. Not right. It is not right. Obviously not right. It's like against everything best practices in the industry. You know, the community says they want it. Pay attention to the data. Don't listen to their words. It's the data. What are they doing? Make content around that. You don't know what to make content on? You know? What are they doing? Where are they spending their time? You know, capitalize on that. Capitalize. That's winning content right there, man. Winning content. I say, I mean, you know, I'm a firm believer, man. They can make $1 bazillion. No, they can drive like massive user engagement into Division 2 by turning the summit into an XP farm, by making it crazy great XP when you run those directives. And I believe that most of the community, would play the summit in its current state if they were getting the XP, like if it became an XP farm, like a healthy one. And the reason why I know that is because of player data. I mean, our whole fucking Discord would be hanging out in the summit doing floor 10 in shifts. I mean, looking for group. The channel was crazy busy with like people hooking up to group up for the summit and then do the floor 10. They'd spend all fucking week in there, man. Just doing floor 10 over and over. Over and over. It's super easy, really boring, but that's the data, right? And so imagine if they could get the same XP or similar, maybe not that aggressive, but similar, and they could run up the floors, right? From we start at floor 1 and go all the way to floor 100 and get similar XP, right? I think people want to fight in this game. I don't think people want to hang out in one room, but they're doing it because that's what it takes to meet their goals, which is watch points or leveling their gear or whatever. You know, there's a goal there. And that's why XP farms we're always looking for XP farms, you know? There isn't one. You take it away, we're gonna make one out of this pile of shit you left us. And that's what we got. We got a pile of shit and we're making the best out of it when it comes to XP farms. We don't have one. You know, we pretend to have one. And so these are just recommendations. And so that's what I'm saying is like they're all the same. All the XP farms are the same. And they've ensured that. You know, they've made sure that that's the case. They always nerf it. So that's a good thing that testing out this 5XP event thing, and he said that, you know, if the data looks good, they'll consider doing more of these in the future. Well, like, fucking better. I mean, it's the best thing that they've done for the game in this whole entire season. Do you not agree? I think this is the highlight of the fucking season. It is. Yeah, they do control how we play. I mean, but this would be a positive way to do it, right? Nary. This would be a positive way to do it. What up, Chevy? We're doing good, bro. We got so many stars. It's crazy. 221 now. It's like 20 per control point almost. It's crazy how many we're getting. Like, I should start doing some of the zonal stuff just to do it, because I practice what I preach, I guess. You end up with the same XP because you're just always fighting, always killing, taking on tasks, and they're fast. 2-3 minutes. And especially in this zone, they're always respawning on you. But yeah, so I mean, so the 5XP thing is a start. Simple thing. I mean, lots of other games are doing it. They just do it different ways. Like, X-Define gives you tokens. You can spend them as you like, when you like it to do it. And then they have XP events also. They're trying different things. But yeah, they have these XP tokens, basically. Vouchers almost. And you redeem them. And, you know, sometimes you can buy them too. And then they also do them as rewards, like a reward system. So, you know, they can be 5 hours, they can be 3 days, they can be 7 days of 30% XP boosts. Pretty cool. And it's a PvE only game. Maybe they should all be that way. One or the other, pick a path. You know what I mean? So you don't get into these conflicts or PvP is dictating PvE type stuff. I mentioned that because, you know, XP can lead to disadvantages in the PvP side, because those who grind more are going to have these major advantages. And, you know, well, you could say, hey, they earned it, they worked hard. But no, you know, if the the reality is that they have to prioritize their audience. So they do have to consider their target audience. And if their target audience is, you know, they want a certain percentage or a higher percentage of casual players, they have to look at that demographic and they have to say, well, how much time does this person have to grind? Well, not that much. Not that much as that guy. And that guy's too much of an advantage. He's going to ruin the experience for the other dudes. You know, so that's where the Division 2 is. That's where we are in this game. Why we don't have a lot of these events. That's their biggest fear, is a major disadvantage of veteran PvP players. And that's why I always just say, give up on the Dark Zone. Fuck it, man. It's never really worked. It's had a couple of minutes. You know what I mean? And I've had fun in there. You know, I've had fun in there. But it just didn't last. It's exhausting. They intended it to be the end game, though. If you watch the old trailers, especially the Dark Zone trailer, they present it like, okay, so you've done PvE, now it's time to test your builds. That's where they wanted us to test our builds. It's like, yeah, you guys didn't know what you were talking about. They're completely different builds. System, you know? I guess same gear, though. Just put together differently. And you know, the people that say it's the Division 2 endgame, they're not wrong, you know, because I mean, I don't believe it is, but my point is that a lot of games that it works like that, right? Call of Duty's that way. Just look, probably the easiest example, Call of Duty. You play this campaign, right? PvE. I can't remember if it's even cooperative capable anymore, but either way, you play the campaign, and then it's 100% PvP from that point. Obviously, there's a little PvP, PvE in the whatever you call that zone. I forget the name of it. They came with that D something zone. What was that called? It's not the DZ, but it's something like that. Yeah, Mint. That's the problem, right? There's some dude, probably because there was some dude, Mint, that was just like hanging out there waiting for you to come out of the door, right? Yeah, it's so annoying. Like, fuck you. You guys are just waiting there. And they can't help it. It's not because they're bad, and it's not because, you know, they're ruining the game. I mean, I'm sure there's those guys too, but the truth is it's because it's dead. It's dead in the dark zone. There's nobody there, and so they're looking for a fight. That's why they're there. They're there for some PvP action, and there's nobody to fight, so they're waiting. They're waiting for somebody, and then as soon as you show up, they're like, "Hey, look, I'm here. Let's do this." You know, but you're like, "Yeah, you know, I was hoping to kind of run around for a little bit, and maybe, you know, maybe there's this big fight, but I didn't want you to be so focused on me, right?" It's like stage 5 clinger kind of shit, you know? Didn't want that much attention, you know? You know what I mean? Like, it's a little much. I mean, Call of Duty is not like that, right? I mean, it's you versus 1,000 dudes. There's no one-on-one situations. And then sometimes it gets like that. You're like, this one fucking guy, I'm going to find his ass and I'm going to shoot him in the butt, right? Like, yeah, totally. That happens a lot. You keep getting killed by this guy and you notice it and you want to get him back. You're just trading shots, though. You're not going to get anywhere. It's funny. But yeah, anyways, so there's a lot of games structured that way where you play this campaign and then it's done. They've been showcasing the new Battlefield stuff, by the way. I haven't had any peeks. I've been too busy keeping my ear to the ground about this Ubisoft debacle. Oh, yeah. And then they teabag you because... What about the... Oh, wait. We got a hunter. Where is he? Where is he? Dick. Oh, he was up there. I didn't see him, though. What about the guys that do the boot? They call it the booty dance or whatever. And then they do this weird little circle dance on you. Man, I'm running into these immune guys a lot, huh? More than I would expect. Again. Me too. See that? See that? Again. Didn't even do anything. Fuck, it didn't get me killed, man. I only got one life. Notice how many times we've died in this, by the way. Today. 4 hours almost, and we've only died once. Maybe twice. I think we went down twice. Maybe. That's good. That's good. 5 directives. Golden bullet. Because we're powerful with the golden bullet, but I'm not using most of the golden bullet buffs. I don't need them. just the reload, which is a big advantage. I'm not pretending it's not. But we're not really taking advantage of the RPMs. Or the damage, I gotta say. I mean, every now and again we are against some bosses, but they keep throwing these pretty tanky bosses at us, and you know that's taking multiple shots anyways. And everybody else, we'd be doing the same one-shot kill, even without the event. Yeah, this build does good, man. It's got good survivability. Like, if I had to put a number on it, like when I would recommend this kind of build for XP farming or any farming or playing, it'd probably be around, you know, watch 2000 probably. I think you probably have gained enough situation. You've played the missions over and over again enough to spend this much time out of cover. Otherwise, like if you're a really good XP farm build right out of the gate, probably a hotshot build is the easiest to get started with. Eclipse Protocol is pretty strong too, that one build that we recommend. But there's still things to be learned with that one, you know. Yeah, Mint, Berry, it used to be like that in the Dark Zone, and that's when I used to have a lot of fun in there. I mean, it was crowded, man. The servers used to be full, and it was fun. I mean, you had some similar frustrations. But it was just good chaos, man. It would be like there'd be 4 guys in there, and it was them against the whole server, and so like the rest of the server is just chasing these guys down, and they're killing them, and they're coming back, and they're holding it down, they're running away. You know, it was fun. You know, you were getting so much loot, you're getting those Dark Zone caches, and this was a good time. You get gear, you get a drop, and then you go running, you know, and then there's somebody, your team was trying to, your friends, if you were in a group, were trying to defend you. The gear part, the extraction of the gear part is, you know, can leave a bad taste in your mouth. So I'm not a big fan of that. The caches are better. Is a better system for that game mode. I mean, it's a risk system. It makes it all kind of more, I guess, a more immersive experience that way, because there's some risk there. Like, you know, you can skin in the game, and so it's going to help you be more competitive or feel the impact of losing and winning, which can add to the excitement level. But again, at the end of the day, we want to be rewarded as a player for the time that we invest. And when you come out of that as a loser, it just feels bad, right? Now, I'm not saying last place trophies for everybody. I'm saying no trophies for anybody. You know what I mean? Like, keep the trophies out of it. Everybody's a loser. Everybody's a winner. No. But it's not a last place trophy system, but it's a dynamic that needs to be there in the game to make that game mode worth it. Otherwise, what happens? Nobody plays it, and that's where they're at, right? But notice Call of Duty doesn't have that. Why doesn't Call of Duty have that? Why doesn't Call of Duty, when you get killed, you lose that build? What if they did that? You know, so you go and you farm this build, and or that weapon. You do drop your loadout, right? You do, but you get it back. You don't lose it permanently or anything weird. But imagine if you did. I mean, nobody would play it. It'd leave a sour taste in their mouth. I worked hard for that build. And it's the same thing when you get that exotic. You're like, wow, I'm here just for that Dark Zone exclusive exotic. I've been looking for it for weeks. I finally got it. And then somebody hijacks it from me. Fuck that. I'm not going back in there, man. You know? Pisses me off. You know, you don't want people to say that. And that's what people are saying. People have always been saying. I don't think the Division invented that system either. That concept. I don't know who did, but I feel like it's way older than the Division. My favorite hotshot build? Good question. Actually, I think it's... I think my favorite hotshot build is the maximum weapon handling one. Like the White Ninja. If you remember that one. Which I don't know if I was actually using 4 pieces of hotshot. I probably wasn't. But whatever, I would run 4 pieces of hotshot, and then the problem is, like, I don't like hotshot's investment. What it requires out of you, like perfection. That's one that needs to be reworked, by the way. Just like, wow, that's not very forgiving. I don't get those buffs, and, you know. I mean, it's okay, but imagine if they took Determined away. I mean, that gear set is dead. If they took Determined away, hotshot's dead. There'd be like 1 or 2 weapons you'd use it with. I like it with the Mantis is the other weapon that I use with it. There's maybe one more, but you know, obviously when we go down hybrids, that's different. So just keeping it kind of damage related. Like, I think that the Mantis is the only weapon that really works for it because it controls the enemy's behavior. And without that, you need Determined because it's just ridiculous. They're saying, hey, perfection or you're not going to get any buffs. And then why am I running this? Might as well run a better build, which would be one that's a mix and match, you know, a mix and match with Habsburg and stuff. So I'd still use the weapon handling no matter what. But my favorite way to run hotshot is with the Mantis and Determined aside. I think that's a really good build if you run the Determined SR1 or whatever you want with hotshot. It's black and white. It's great. But my personal favorite would be, if you remember, basically a hotshot Mantis build. I really enjoyed that one. And how I run it is because I'm really aggressive with it. So what I end up doing is loading on lots of weapon handling because obviously you don't need all that headshot damage. And then I play really like inside 15 meters with the Mantis in scope. And I know some people don't like that, but I like it. It's fun. And it's kind of the role-playing fighting that I like to do. That designated marksman style. Which is basically like a run and gun, medium, short-range sniper. And the way I look at it is like, well, I don't need anything else. You know, I'm pretty sure I'm running that with the Memento. It's been a while since I've done it, but I don't need anything else. I got all the survivability I need. I got all the damage I need. I don't need any skill tiers. And so with the Mantis, I think am I running sharpshooter? Probably. That's what I was thinking about. Am I running sharpshooter? Maybe gunner. But you have everything. So I look at it like, yeah, I'm not getting the buffs all the time because I have my share of misses. So I lose my stacks. And then the decoy can break your stacks, right? You know, there's that glitch where you throw your decoy. But when I'm running and gunning with the Mantis, I can drop my decoy. But I would probably like reskin that build into a 3-piece, or, you know, look at it again with Breaking Point and see if maybe I would want to bring that into that mix. I don't remember. Maybe we already did it. I can't remember if we did that, but I really like that build. So I would want to do, no matter what, 2 pieces of hot shot. Or maybe I was running the ninja backpack with that. That might have been why we were calling it the white ninja. But anyways, the 2 pieces of hot shot and then looking at Breaking Point for the other weapon handling. You don't need that much weapon handling, but yeah, probably 3 pieces of this, 2 pieces of that. There's your... Would that even work? I'm not sure it would. Because I'd only be wanting to run this for the weapon handling. Let me see, I could run... Yeah, it wouldn't work unless I ran the ninja backpack, which... Then where's our added survivability? Well, the Picaro's chest piece, and then I'd end up having to run what do you call it? Gunner. And then I lose sharpshooter. Not that I really need it. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, yeah, so I've run that build before. I just can't remember exactly how I built it. But it was during those days we were experimenting with a lot over-the-top weapon handling, and man, it felt good to be up there with your Mantis and just snap, you know, really close, snap, and did just unlimited decoys. Felt really good. I mean, you kind of get the hang of it, right? You just like, you run up to an enemy and then you can back roll, and by doing that, you trigger their animation. There's 2 different animations. One's is just the deer in headlights, because when you get in this weird, they have this weird proximity thing, right? You've all seen it. But they'll kind of freeze as they're acquiring you. And then the other thing is they'll try to melee you. Either way, they're standing still. See that right there? So it just increases your, whatever you call it, accuracy, survivability. God, dude, immune again. It's always her. I mean, it's her a lot. The Russia lady. I didn't have that tank in the tower. There's a tank in the tower? What the fuck, right? How to get up there? I mean, that thing, it can't be lightweight. Sorry. Okay, you know, that's what I'm gonna call it. When I see a tank in the fucking tower, that's it. calling it a day. Man, oh man. You know, Steve, nobody really knows, but we all had that issue. It's just weird. It's just like, I've watched every video. Am I doing it right? Is there some detail they skipped? You know, on the hunters. It's always the same one, right? You're probably struggling with... It's always the same one. Doing the jumping jacks in the swimming pool. There's that one. Or the pond, whatever. And then there's the other one where you're doing the jumping jacks in front of the memorial roll, or you're doing the salute in front of the memorial wall. Those ones have always been glitchy. You know? And maybe it's not glitchy. Maybe they want it to be that way. Maybe there's an RNG related to it, you know? But you'll do it, and you'll spend an hour fucking around there, and you can't get it, and then you'll come back a different day or session, and all of a sudden it works, and you didn't do anything different. You know? It makes you feel like you were crazy, you know? But it's just the way it is. Just keep trying. We've all done it. We all had the same issues, and it's probably the same ones, you know? Yeah. That one, I had a lot of trouble with that one too, man. I did. I really did. You had to shoot out a light, right? You had to shoot out a light. Turner, that's funny. You saw a dog? Yeah. The ghost mask was fun. I like that one. That one was good. You had to decipher the map, right? And then you had to go find these spots that you saw on the map. I like that one. That was a good one. I like the hunter quests. They were really fun. I wish we had more of that kind of stuff. That was a really cool part of the game. So, Turner, I had one, man. I was in the sinkhole, and you know how the sinkhole is basically barricaded around, right? It's got these walls that are made from like shipping containers. Well, one of those walls, like towards the back, is like 3 or 4 stories high. I don't know if you ever noticed. It might be 3, but where they stack the containers really high. I saw a warhound scale those like a fucking spider. It was so weird, and he did it twice in the same little fight. He scaled it like a spider. I was like, holy shit. I was like, it's a Terminator hound. Terminator hound. Oh, thank you, 6. Making it rain. Yeah, DARPA, man. DARPA's got tricks up their sleeve. They're still working there in the basement. I don't think so, Michael. I mean, there's nothing you need to do. Just need to log in. Unless you have to have the golden bullet. I didn't test it without the golden bullet, but yeah, there's nothing to it. It's just, well, let me ask you this. Are you in the end game? You would have had to have had your watch. You would have to have your watch, right? Do you have your watch? Look at that. We're gonna get to, we could possibly get to the cap. Wow. You can reach the cap, right? I didn't think it would be that easy to get to the cap. I was thinking 1,000. Oh, that's gonna be tough, man. It's not. It's not. We've been casually playing in a little over 3 hours. I think it was 3.5 hours. I was talking a lot, and we stopped. But I think about 3.5 hours. We got a couple hundred levels. 235. Oh yeah, 1,000 easy peasy, man. Easy. I'm gonna do it just to show. Oh, is that right, Ed? Yeah, I was thinking about that, Biko. I need to break up the builds. It's a big project though, because I have like over 400 videos, and so I get the need, right? Because you're like, man, I gotta sort through, and maybe not all the keywords that I would think are in those video titles are in there. I know, but I've been thinking about doing it like team builds, legendary builds, like breaking it up that way. Legendary builds probably deserves its own. I mean, I can make multiple channels, obviously, playlists. But yeah, I'll do that. I've been meaning to anyways. It's kind of been on the back of my mind though. But yeah, I got to figure out what categories, how to do that. I probably want to do like I don't know how I'd break that out. I mean, solo PvE is, God, that's like a large playlist, right? Because I do a lot of solo PvE because that's what I do. Yeah. Maybe headshot builds, standard DPS builds, maybe DPS builds and then headshot builds, doing it that way, and then all else like support builds and funky monkeys. Because I come up with, I used to, I don't do the funky monkeys so much anymore, but I used to come up with these crazy ones, right? Like these crazy status effect builds that would give like the boss every status effect in the game, you know, kind of thing, you know. Those are fun. Oh, you do, Michael? Yeah, okay. You're there then. Yeah, because you can't participate, for everybody else, you can't participate in seasons until you reach the end game, unless they recently changed that. So it's free, but you have to be level 40. And which means not just level 40, but also your watch and have returned back to Washington, D.C. So unlock the map. But sounds like you're there, so yeah. Oh, you are a knowledge manager, Biko? I didn't know that. Wow, that's really cool, man. Back in the day, I've always been in marketing, but I used to work for a learning, what was it called? A learning, God, I forget what they called it now. It's been a long time. Oh my God, that was a long time ago. Something learning, but basically they would, the company it was a language company on one side, so on one hand, so they would do all like the technical, create like machine translations systems for contract departments for big companies. So our clients were like Google and Walmart and like a lot of software companies. So like a lot of terms of service. Intel was one of our customers. So we'd have big clients and we'd work with their God, I'm losing all my lingo on this stuff, but it wasn't called translation, it was called localization. Yeah, so we were a localization and learning company, but not learning like teachers and stuff like that, but like e-learning basically, where we would create, you know, like creative learning modules or training modules for these same companies. Like, and it could, a lot of it was for their like dispersed sales forces. Like like Intel had, dispersed sales forces. I don't know what they did, but we would, and when they'd have a new product come out, like a new chip or a new software, then they'd have to train that sales force. Even if they were partners, they'd have to train them on that product knowledge, and we would come up with that training content, and it was digital, and it was like always really creative, right? It had to be entertaining, and then it had to be localized, and so that's why there was a hand-in-hand thing, because Intel was a global company, or Microsoft was a global company, and Google, and so they would have teams in China and teams in Korea and teams in wherever, and so we'd have to localize it for those locations. So, and like terms of service always had to be localized, and all sorts of crazy things. So, websites. Anyways, I didn't do that side of the things, but I was the marketing manager at the time for that company, and so yeah, we would work with a lot of knowledge managers, because that was incorporated right with some of that stuff, so it was cool. Anyways, edutainment, good one, man. Adult edutainment. What's an FA-57? Is that an airplane? Is that a jet? Can probably look it up. That's what it sounds like. Like a falcon. Functional area. Gotcha. Not a jet. I started thinking falcon. Yeah, 235. So who's got more than me right now? What? I know there's a lot of you that do, because that was a casual 3-hour session. Man, some of you probably getting close to your limit, I bet. That's insane. That's amazing. I feel pretty good about that. I can't believe we're gonna hit that cap. Before it would only been 100, level 100. That's insane, right? What if it was originally 100 levels? That's stupid. I mean, stupid. It wouldn't be much of an event if you hit 100 levels. Even 1,000 levels, they shouldn't have a cap. They shouldn't. I was thinking like nobody's gonna hit that cap. You play 3 hours over 3 days, 3 hours per day for 3 days. Shit, you're hitting 1,000 easy. And 256. Oh, you're there. And like, I'm not even doing the XP farms. Like if we were doing, like if we dropped the challenging, put on 4 directives or 5 directives and put the Eclipse build or whatever your way is, but just doing public executions only, and just really, keeping an eye on the clock, shit, you can push that pretty high. Oh, you're doing 2 systems, Turner? You're crazy, man. That's crazy that people do that. That's so hard. How do you manage that? But that's good, man. Good for you. I don't know how you manage that, or how you stay motivated, I guess. Isn't that hard, man? To be motivated, on one character, you're like built up, and on the other one, you're not. And you're kind of trying to get them both to a good place. It's a lot. Resources become an issue, right? I always wonder about that. You wouldn't be a good gamer if you didn't have ADHD, Turner. That's a requirement. What up, Rick? true fan for sure. Yeah. You know, I think it was last season or the season before. I think it was last winter, right? We went through the whole experience all over again. So I had decided, God, we had so many new players in the community. It got to the point where I felt like I was really out of touch of that new player experience because it had been so long. You know, so people were asking me some, you know, entry level type questions, and like, gosh, I don't really remember, that was so long ago. And now things have changed. Is it still even like that? You know, I wondered, right? And so we redid the whole experience together as a community. So I spent several weeks, month, easy. I created a whole new account and started the Division 2 experience from the very beginning. Level 1 character. And then, you know, we broke it down. What's the best strategy? Like, how does this work? Because when I first played the game, it was just experience, right? It was just, hey, well, this is fun. Yeah, right? Oh, wow, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. And it was all chunked up, right? Because we played the game, and then many months later, they added this and they added that and they added this. And, you know, we were chunked things over years, really. And the optimization system eventually, and obviously Warlords in New York and Countdown eventually. And so all that becomes part of the strategy now up front on day one to a degree. And so when do I go? When do I boost? When do I not boost? And, you know, we figured that all out, and it's changed a little bit. But yeah, that was a really fun experience to start it all over. I enjoyed it. I genuinely enjoyed it. Not for the story, but it was nice to be reacquainted with the story. I did enjoy that, but my main enjoyment came from the feeling of the time to kill, especially the builds and how simple it was. And it was a good feeling. Like, you could grab a weapon as long as you maintain your balance, your damage to your level. So for example, if you're level 15, you need to use a level 15 weapon or within 10 points. So between level 5 and level 15, for example. And then when you got to level 25, you needed to be above level 15. That's what I figured out. You had to no more than a 10-point spread between your weapon and your level. But obviously, the higher, the better. But with that being the case, you didn't have to worry about your build. You just grabbed whatever you could as you were changing levels so much, right? You were like, right now I'm level 15, 30 minutes later, I'm level 16. It's time to upgrade my gear again. You know, it was like that. So you were just always slapping together random shit. All you needed to worry about was your level. Every game is like that. You don't worry about your builds until you get to the end game, for the most part. You just maintain your level. And it just felt really good to be able to pick up a random sniper and one-shot NPCs with a chest shot in the body. And you didn't even have to worry about what talent you had. You didn't even have talents. You had no mods, you know, like, for a lot of that. And that felt great, you know. I mean, on one hand, it is a little relieving to not have to worry about your build. And I mean, that's nice. It's relaxing. It's casual. And by doing that, it allows you to focus more on the missions at hand and enjoy the experience of the mission. And that was a break for me because I'm always working on a build. So I focus on that more mentally. And so it was nice to experience the missions, and you get more immersed in it because of that in the game. And it'd been a long time since I've been there. And so if you haven't played the campaign over again, it's actually a really good experience, and it was worth it. And I think you can do it just by deleting a character if you wanted to, and just start over with one character. You don't have to create a new account, but I did that because I needed to have a complete new experience for tutorials. But yeah, but I like the build part, so I would never want to get rid of that. But there was a bright side of not having it, which is you can really get your head back into the story. The other part was just not having the bullet sponges, it made me realize, and I realize just thinking about it now, that yeah, you know, these NPCs can be a lot easier and this game would feel cool still. It wouldn't lose. You know, you wouldn't lose on the fun part of this game if they were that easy. You wouldn't. Go try it. Go back in and start one-shotting all the enemies in the chest with, you know, any random shotgun, and it feels good. It does feel good. It's because it's not, the enemies are still smart at that level, you know. They're just not, the only difference is that they still hit hard. They punch you, you're down, right? So you still have to be quick and be agile and shoot first, kill first. But the reason why it's fun is because you're really here for the action. It's not really the NPCs and their smartness. I mean, that's part of it, but it's really the action. And so it's just more, there's more action because there's more, there's more reward with that action, I should say. The death, the kill, that's the real reward. I did it, right? And you're getting a bunch of those I did it moments, lots of kills. And so we get in these fights, but it's more shooting at a wall is what you're doing, right? You're shooting at a wall and then eventually that wall falls over, but like a half hour later. And it just doesn't feel as cool, as great, as rewarding. It feels like a lot of fucking work, you know? But I run headshot builds a lot, so I get to bypass that. But, you know, even with the strongest striker build, I'm not impressed by our DPS and our time to kill. It's like the strongest striker build or whatever. It's just like not impressed. But man, when you go back to that new player experience and you play this game and you mowing through enemies and it makes you realize that these NPCs don't have to be spongy for this game to be fun. They can be normalized to a degree, you know, not nerfed to the ground, but normalized. And I think we would still have fun as a community, you know. I would want to see more action, which is good because some of the action is the clock on the missions are maintained based on their squishiness that we have to chew through. So Reaper, what? Right on, Reaper. You got all your 13s today? That's crazy. I mean, did you get them like from 0 to 6, or you just you finished off your supply of 13s? But yeah, I was saying that, man. I was like, those 13s are out there. I wasn't able to look at it as many. I was like, I'm sure I'm walking by 13% protection from elites. I'm sure I am. That zone drops him from 0 to 7. Good job. What a day. What a day, man. 0 to 7. I was saying that, man. Because I've gotten 2 protection from elite maxed mods from that zone, both at the crash site. Both were at the crash site. That's crazy, man. Congratulations. For sure. But I mean, if there wasn't so much loot on the ground, man, it's a crazy day. Can you believe? Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be so easy to get to the cap. I'm surprised. I think they might as well just lift the cap at this stage because...
Will you remember me?
It's too easy to achieve.
Remember me.
Right on, Slim Dog. Yeah. I was thinking about that for a while, man. I was thinking about, like, there was and I'm still thinking about it. I was like, you know what? At this stage, I don't need to flex. You know what I mean? Like, fuck it. You know, I should just put it back down to hard mode, you know, and just enjoy it. I bet you the game would be more fun on hard, you know? I bet you'd be more fun. I mean, I don't need gear. I don't need XP. I mean, I'm at the stage, I'm not even picking up gear anymore. I'm not at all picking up gear. I'm not farming. I'm not picking up gear. I'm running by it, and it feels great. It feels great. I haven't looked through gear all season. I mean, in the very first couple of weeks I did. But I stopped. I just stopped because all the gear is crap and I have everything. And anything I don't have is so unicorn, it's not even worth it. You know? So it feels really good not to worry about loot. Right on, Michael. Yeah, man, there's nothing better than gaming to a good soundtrack. It really gets me. And that's why I'm mostly a solo player. Like, obviously I do this for work, so I don't get enjoyed as much as I used to. But when I would game, like just really game, like for personal reasons, then personal enjoyment, I mean, like I would, you know, turn on my surround sound and then turn on music, you know, at the same time. And man, just really, it's just get into your game. You know what I mean? Like surround sound in your gaming room is awesome. I enjoy that more than headphones. Just liberating, you know, turn it up, shake the room, you know. I don't do that anymore. I have surround sound in here in my office. It's all installed. It's collecting dust. Oh God. There's probably so much dust inside my receiver that I don't even know if it'll turn on anymore. I haven't turned it on in fucking years. Yeah, I installed, I got a Bose surround sound system in here and everything, and I don't use it. It's sad. Because the Tux party don't stop. Like, there's some good soundtracks in the Division 2 that get me going. You know, there's a couple of songs in the Summit soundtrack that are really good. Countdown's got a couple of good songs too. I created a whole Division 2 soundtrack. I don't know if you guys caught that, but that one's open to the public, even if you're not a member. But I pulled all the best songs. Like I cherry picked all the best songs. Some of them iconic and some of them just really good. Energizing. For some good sleigh time. All right, folks, I'm going to leave it there. I better bounce. My eyes are getting heavy. I will catch you on the other side. I'm probably not going to make it to stream tonight because I'm probably going to pass out. Probably. But if I do, fingers crossed. Because I do want to get to 1,000. Now I'm like really excited. I didn't think I was going to make that kind of progress. All right, everybody. Have a good night. Good luck out there. Happy grinding.